signed. Assembly chamber, 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 signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.
Deal with before we start today's business in the House, so I'd ask that you would bear with me. Firstly, I have written to the Princess of Wales expressing the good wishes of the Assembly following her announcement of her cancer diagnosis. To many of us know how difficult these matters are for families, and we all look forward to the full recovery of the Princess of Wales and that she has the time and space for that recovery. Members will have a chance to express their own good wishes shortly. Secondly, I advise members that I have received a letter from Keith Buchanan advising of his resignation as Deputy Chairperson of the Audit Committee. I have also received correspondence from the Nominating Officer of the DUP advising that Diane Forsyth has been appointed as Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee. These changes took effect on the 21st of March 2024. Thirdly, on Tuesday, 12th of March, Mark Durkin raised a point of order about ministerial responses to written questions, after which I made a ruling setting out the position. I said on that occasion, if there is a question on a matter relating to a minister's responsibilities, there is a duty on the minister to provide a full answer to it. It is not in order to avoid answering by advising members to send an email to someone else instead. Subsequently, some members, including Patsy Madlone, have drawn further answers they have received from a different minister to my attention. It is clear that the proper procedural approach is not being followed despite my ruling, and I will therefore be writing to all ministers in relation to answers to written questions. Fourthly, a number of members, including Robbie Butler, have raised issues with me in relation to ministerial announcements being made outside rather than through statements to the Assembly. It remains the case that if ministers have significant announcements to make, they should make them to this Assembly first. There are circumstances in which it is proper and valid for ministers to use written statements to inform members. My general expectation would be that on sitting days in particular, ministers would bring announcements to the Chamber through an oral statement. Later, the Assembly will debate a motion on addressing NI water challenges. I am aware that yesterday, in anticipation of this debate, the Minister for Infrastructure made an announcement to the media in which he ruled out household water charges. I think this is an example where the Minister's statement would have been more appropriate to await business today to be made either by an oral statement or in response to the debate. I have written to ministers about this issue previously, and I again will be monitoring these issues over the weeks ahead. Fifthly and finally, on the Tuesday, 12th of March 2024, Colm Gildernew raised a point of order at the conclusion of members' statements in relation to comments made by Jim Allister about libraries NI. I informed Mr Gildernew at the time that I had been listening carefully to Mr Allister's contribution, but I have now received the official report. The Assembly standards of debate expect exchanges between members to demonstrate courtesy, good temper, moderation and respect. While operating within the confines of these standards, it is also recognised that members have a legal right to freedom of expression, which means there may be sometimes choose to express their views forcefully and in a manner which others may disagree with. Members are required to exercise care in the language they use, and we should seek to have civility in our exchanges and avoid personal attacks. However, this is not intended to prevent passionate and robust debate, which I encourage. Freedom of expression is an important hallmark of any chamber, and in order to ensure full and frank debate on important issues, it must be protected. It is right that this should be recognised in the chamber, which will take decisions on important matters which impact on the lives of those we represent. The point was captured in the 10 practical principles of debate issued by the Speaker's Office earlier in the mandate as follows. In an assembly of diverse political views, you should accept that points will be made by other members that you will not agree with, sometimes in terms that you would not use yourself. Having reviewed the official report again, I remain content that nothing disorderly occurred in Mr Allister's remarks. While I accept that Mr Gildernew and indeed other members may have disagreed with Mr Allister's comments or even found them offensive, the key point is that the way to challenge those views is during debate. It was not a procedural point for the Chair. I therefore want to take this opportunity to remind all members that points of order should not be abused to respond to views they disagree with. This is a point of debate. Let us move on. The matter of the day has been requested by Stephen Dunn, and he has been given leave to make a statement on the cancer diagnosis of Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has been concluded. I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I have tabled this matter of the day this morning to send our very best wishes to Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales following her recent cancer diagnosis. This came as a great shock to our nation and right across our world. The Princess of Wales, Kate, spoke out incredibly courageously since our last sitting in a video released on the 22nd of March to share with our world that she is currently undergoing cancer treatment after her surgery in January earlier this year. This shook our nation, and we offer our very best wishes to Her Royal Highness for a full and swift recovery. Whilst this news caused great alarm across the nation, we must always remember there is a very personal side for their young, loving family dealing with this news. I also want to place on record my very best wishes to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales William, Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis, as they support Kate through this time of great trial. The news came as an even greater shock, as it was just over 6 weeks from the announcement that King Charles III was also undergoing cancer treatment. This has been a stark reminder to us all of the devastating impact cancer can have on families. It is encouraging to see how these recent announcements have led to a very significant increase in the number of people having their health checked out, coming forward, increasing public awareness and the importance of early detection and diagnosis through cancer support services and also through our NHS. Prior to the announcement from the Princess of Wales, there had been intense and often cruel speculation from some media outlets right across the world and through social media. And it is imperative that Her Royal Highness is now given the space and privacy to recover with her closest family at such a time of trial for her in her personal life. On behalf of the people of North Down and the Democratic Unionist Party, I want to extend my very best wishes to Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, and the entire royal family at this very, very difficult time. They are in our thoughts and prayers in the days ahead, and to all those who continue to fight this terrible disease and illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank the member for bringing the matter of the day. You're absolutely right. It was only a few short weeks ago that we were in this chamber having the exact same conversation about the King. And I remember where I was on that Friday whenever the news broke that the Princess had cancer. And it really just took my breath away, because sometimes we associate the likes of those sorts of announcements not with those people that seem somehow above it all in a way. You seem to think that, those we put in those positions are never going to be impacted by life, but of course that's not cancer. Cancer impacts us all. For me, what I want to do in this short time available is to really look at the fact that 1 in 2 of us in our lifetime will get cancer. At the minute, we can't say that our services reflect that demand, and that must change. I also want to draw attention to the work of the Northern Ireland Cancer Charities Coalition, which is doing really important and fantastic work, giving a real coherence and articulation to that sector. I also want to draw attention to the fact that only 89% of cancer patients started treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat, and the target is 98. I also want to draw attention to the fact that only 40% of patients urgently referred for breast cancer were seen by a specialist within 14 days, and that's nowhere near the target. No one of us is going to disagree that we should prioritise cancer and cancer patients. That's just not going to happen. We all know how terrible a disease it is. But what we must do now is put that sentiment and that feel and those words into action. And what I would say to everybody is that health and cancer is completely non-political. Every single one of us can agree on that. And I look forward to working with every single member in this House to make sure that we never have these targets again, to make sure that we move forward now. And what I would say in closing very briefly is that we must put more money into funding childhood cancers, which is one of the least funded and researched areas of cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Obviously, would wish to pass on the thoughts of myself and my party to the Princess in relation to the cancer diagnosis that has been made public in the last few weeks. It obviously is extremely difficult to be in the public eye in such a high-profile role, and to have faced the kind of speculation and some of the lurid reporting that has happened over the last number of months. I think it's clearly particularly difficult for someone who is relatively young themselves and has a very, very young family to deal with that extraordinarily difficult thing of a cancer diagnosis, compounded by the extraordinary levels of media and public attention. I mean, I would just say, in regard to that briefly, I think there has been some shocking levels of hypocrisy in relation to some of the media coverage around this. People who were pursuing this story and then have somewhat changed their tune whenever the very difficult news of the diagnosis was made public. That is for those outlets to account for, but obviously they haven't done in the past, and they might not do now. But suffice it to say, clearly this is a hugely difficult time for the Princess. We obviously wish her well, particularly because not just that public role, but she has a very, very young family, and it will be extraordinarily difficult for her to deal with that. But she has our best wishes, and I'm sure the best wishes of absolutely everybody, as she hopefully makes a full recovery. I would also endorse comments just made about the message it sends about our own cancer waiting times. The role we have as legislators here is to back up our words with practical legislative action and financial commitment. We should have very clear delivery commitments to address our unacceptable cancer waiting times in Northern Ireland over the next few years, and I suppose let that be the practical outworking of what we're talking about today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, and I would join with the member to bring our support and my personal support and that of the Ulster Unionist Party to the Princess and indeed her wider family. Obviously, we've heard the significance of cancer and how it affects basically everyone in the community, and I just hope that this will help raise awareness. I hope that the Princess coming out will help raise that awareness that I suppose someone in her position can do. And I look around the chamber and I see people from various parties that have been directly affected and impacted by this, and I think most of us have, whether that's direct or indirectly. And I have to say, it is a very, very serious matter whenever you hear of that news first, Mr. Speaker, and you will know yourself once you hear that dreadful news. But look, many of it can be hopeful as well, and I just pray that this gives hope to the wider community, and particularly to those who have cancer, and it gives them a level of support. But in the meantime, I wish Kate and her family well, and I do encourage them to continually keep it on the radar for the wider community as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I join on my own behalf, on behalf of my party and my constituents in North Antrim, in the best wishes from yourself, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Assembly, to Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. And it is always very distressing when we hear of news of someone in this position battling cancer. Cancer is no respecter of persons, and that is abundantly clear. But when it strikes a young mother, it is particularly poignant and something that strikes a chord with us all. Do trust and pray that the Princess will enjoy a full recovery, and at this difficult time I trust it is some comfort to know that throughout our nation there is a huge upswell of best wishes to her and her family, in sharp contrast to the spurious and distressing media speculation that was rife in the few weeks before the announcement. And I think those media outlets need to look at themselves as to how they fueled groundless speculation and added, no doubt, great distress at a time of particular turmoil within that family. And I trust that on that front too, a lesson will be learnt by our media in respect of this matter. Thank you.
I thank members for the dignified conduct in that particular issue. And we now move on to member statements. I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call for an urgent halt to ongoing work in Milltown Cemetery, which risks disturbing the burial ground of thousands of babies, including my own stillborn brother. It has been known for decades that the bog meadows at the bottom of Milltown Cemetery is the resting place of those who were not deemed worthy of a consecrated burial from the Catholic Church. With an estimated 11,000 bodies in this site, including stillborn babies, people who suffered from mental illness, mothers who died during childbirth, and those who could not afford a proper burial. Amnesty International have stated that there are hundreds of babies and small infants from mother and baby homes and religious-run children's homes buried in these bog meadows. I have met with those who believe they have relatives buried in this site, and they remain extremely concerned that fully transparent analysis of the ground has not taken place to ensure that burial sites are protected from damage. I am calling on the Catholic Church and the Department for Communities to urgently halt any work to allow for transparent and independent analysis of the ground in question. Since this story was reported, I have had a number of people getting in touch with similar concerns that their relatives may too be affected. Families impacted deserve to have confidence that their remains of their loved ones will not be disturbed. I would also encourage anyone who has been affected by this or would like to help to locate the remains of their loved ones in this site to get in touch. I'm acutely aware of the pain this may be dredging up for many people and families here, and I want to assure everyone that I will not be letting this issue rest. Ultimately, we need to call on the Catholic Church to leave the ground undisturbed and let those who lay there to finally rest in peace.
I call Liz Kimmins, and can I apologise to Ms Kimmins for not calling her for the matter of the day?
Can I rise today to congratulate the Armagh ladies on their superb win yesterday against the Kingdom of Kerry in the Division 1 of the National League final, their first ever appearance in a final, and no doubt they are the pride of the county, and I would safely say the pride of Ulster on their success yesterday. Ladies football is up on its hind legs, and particularly in Armagh, so we are just delighted for the win that the girls have achieved, and we would encourage everybody to get behind them and support ladies football in the time ahead.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to bring the attention of this Assembly to the loss of a vital autism service within my constituency called Brighter Futures, who supported children who are 0 to 12 years old presenting with autism. In the upwards of 30 families were supported by this project run by the charity Positive Futures. Before Easter, I met with a group of parents along with the CEO of Positive Futures and Brighter Futures staff, and it was evident the need and the impact the loss of this service would have to families and, importantly, children themselves. The stories and the impact that this service had in Fermanagh was incredible. Brighter Futures was originally a 5-year project funded via the National Lottery and some Western Trust funding. The programme finished the 5-year cycle in 2022, and I attended the winding up event. However, unfortunately, further money was found by Positive Futures to keep it running for a further 2 years. This funding stream, like many others in the community and voluntary sector, has dried up. So where does this leave families? Well, at breaking point. Unable to access in any way the same support as they did through our broken NHS system. Scores of families who have children with autism, ASD and ADHD again have no social worker in place to be able to give them support going forward. And you do ask the question, how are we in this situation in 2024? Because we should be supporting our most vulnerable in society. But here's the crux of the matter. Brighter Futures provided a service which was cost effective and was able to provide better outcomes. An independent evaluation of the service completed by Professor Roy McConkie from the University of Ulster not only evidenced the very positive impact of this service, but also recommended that it should be rolled out across Northern Ireland. We talk of invest to save when it comes to our health service, and here's a prime example of this. But without the willingness to realise this within departments, these services are lost. Today we are at the end of World Autism Acceptance Week, and it saddens me that we have failed these people, and we need to take a reality check. So, speaking recently about the service to a local newspaper, one parent said this: "Nothing was impossible because they, Brighter Futures, always look for the possible in everything." And I hope today, we all take that message on board for the sake of my constituents in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today to just note 2 recent events that I attended 2 weekends apart, and they were to remember 2 significant people in our community that had been murdered by the IRA. George Saunderson, yesterday we attended events to remember George. He was shot and murdered in a primary school 50 years ago, Mr. Speaker. 50 years ago, where 3 gunmen went into a primary school. He was the headmaster of the Earl of Arran Primary School at Timor outside Derrylin, and 3 IRA gunmen shot him in front of the cooks and in front of the children and pupils of that school. Despicable act, and I was pleased yesterday that there was a huge number of people from right across the community that gathered to remember the late George Saunderson. He was a figurehead within the community. He was a retired officer in the UDR. He had served his country with distinction in the army and fought during the Second World War. To end his life in that way was despicable. Some of his family members had travelled from Canada to attend the events over the weekend. The gun that was used to murder, or one of the guns that was used to murder George, was sold in America some years later to raise funds for the IRA, and the label put on it that it was used to murder that school teacher, that principal teaching primary school children. I also attended 2 weeks ago the memorial service of Ronnie Funston. Ronnie was a farmer on the border at Pettigo. At 8 o'clock one morning, IRA people came from across the border and shot him on his tractor while he was feeding his livestock. His mother found him dying on the tractor. That meant that that family had to move from the area. They had to sell up their farmlands and leave the area totally. Another despicable act carried out by cowards in this society. And I knew Ronnie personally. I'd been talking to him just the week before it. And just a quote from his brother: "It is something my family have had to live with all this time. It was yet another sectarian murder by that organisation that their apologists have tried to portray as something else. Let's not try to make excuses for them. They were and are nakedly sectarian organisation that continues to hide behind platitudes and sound bites." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, I today want to touch on a broader political question, simply to reflect on the events of the past 10 days, not the specific and clearly very noteworthy and to many people shocking news developments. That is now a matter for the legal system, and it's important that none of us get into speculation, as unfortunately some have done online. But it is important to reflect on the broader political questions, and the political question that I want to reflect on is the fact that 2 months in, while we have seen a significant and welcome move towards a constructive and positive tone at the top of the executive, many of us who believe in reform of the institutions have said all along that one of the reasons we need reform of the institutions so that parties can't bring the institutions down is that there is always a new moment of political instability in Northern Ireland. Some of the commentary over the past little while has talked about what does the events that we all know about in the past 10 days, what does it mean for Stormont, what does it mean for political stability? That shouldn't be one of the questions that's asked, not because people shouldn't be allowed to talk about the political consequences of what happens in the news whenever there are very high-profile things happening in the news, but because we simply can't have a situation in which devolved governance can be placed at risk by even very, shall we say, surprising and shocking things in the news agenda. We need to get to a place where the presence of governance is taken as a given here, where public servants can know that their budgets are going to be set, that decisions are going to be made, that they can get on with delivering public services without the threat of political instability removing any governance in Northern Ireland. I'm not really getting into a specific discussion about any of those matters because, as I say, they are of interest to the public, but the real, true public interest is in ensuring that we have a continuation of devolution here. So I simply wanted to reflect on the fact that I am concerned that one of the very first places we've gone to when something develops in the news is that we debate political stability and will devolution sustain itself. I hope it does, and I'm assured by some of the comments made by leading parties in the executive, but the very fact that that is even something that is speculated about is something that concerns me, and it makes the argument for fundamental reform of the institutions so that our institutions are not placed at risk by the news agenda, because there will be always something coming along, whether that is internally inside political parties, in the news agenda, in the broader diplomatic scene. There will always be something that comes along that can destabilise. Destabilisation should not ever come at the cost of our basic governance here and the ability to continue devolution. So that's all I wanted to say today, Mr. Speaker, and use the opportunity to reflect on that point. Thank you.
Carl McKillen.
Concola, I want to raise the issue of an increase in domestic violence. I mean, I've been on the record and speaking on this before, most recently around the strategy against ending violence against women and girls. But certainly in North Belfast, since the end of COVID, there has been a marked increase. It is exclusively women I'm talking about. It's not to say that men don't experience domestic violence, it's just I'm talking about my own experience in the constituency. For women who can't get a non-molestation order for whatever reason, they're certainly red flagged and man-racked through the process. Now, we had a discussion as part of other debates around funding, particularly for women's aid and that, and I think everybody across the House recognised how important that was. However, there's an underbelly to some of the funding that's awarded to some of the groups, and that is, it's women, particularly in the women's centres, and indeed the women who volunteer, that are supporting, accompanying, giving bespoke support to those women who often find themselves having to get emergency accommodation outside not only their own constituencies but outside the city. With women who have children, they're also navigating their way through social services and then trying to deal with the trauma of experiencing domestic violence. So I will be pursuing this, because at the minute funding is right across at least 3 departments, and women on the ground and their families are having a negative impact as a result of this. So I think we need a bespoke service. We need to look at examples shown by the Grace Family Centre in North Belfast, Falls Women's Centre in West, and other women's centres across, to see the networks and try and give them support, because it's absolutely disgraceful. In 2024, the children have been lifted from their beds in the early hours, bundled into cars, wrapped in quilts, and the support that they get afterwards is absolutely an uphill climb, and I think that's something none of us are happy to have on our watch. Gormilla Magov.
Colin Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, the killing of 7 World Central Aid workers last week in Gaza is another horrifying milestone in the conflict. Those men and women were heroes, putting themselves at risk to support those most in need, and their deaths a sadly inevitable consequence of the callous manner in which war is being waged by the far-right Israeli government. Like others, I have watched on in despair and distress at the escalating violence, murder, destruction and mass starvation which has been orchestrated over the past 6 months. To be clear, I stand in full solidarity with the victims of the abhorrent Hamas attacks on the 7th of October and commend those families campaigning with dignity for the safe return of their loved ones who have been taken hostage. However, those vile attacks can be no justification for the illegal collective punishment and slaughter of Palestinian civilians which has followed. Defeat of Hamas will not be achieved through famine and humanitarian crisis, nor will the foundations for lasting peace and security be laid on the graves of thousands of innocent women and children. I am always reluctant to draw glib comparisons between international conflicts. However, the one lesson that we can export from our own experience here in Northern Ireland is that progress cannot be made until the killing stops. There is no military solution here. That is why there must be an immediate, permanent ceasefire, release of hostages without further delay, and a recommitment from international leaders to diplomatic efforts towards a two-state solution. The UN Secretary-General, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch have all said that Israel is engaged in grave violations of international law, and the International Criminal Court has said there is a plausible case that Israel's actions are a breach of the Genocide Convention. In that context, and with the Israeli government showing no intention of heeding its allies, the international community can no longer shirk its responsibilities. The UK government must now comply with its own moral and domestic and international legal obligations and immediately move to suspend arms sales to Israel. Thank you.
Danny Baker.
I would like to congratulate Sanook's under-17 football team on winning their 4th cup on Friday night. And what makes this so special is that this is their first year competing as an under-17 outfit. Sanook's senior football team has been the cornerstone of the Callan community for decades. But over the past number of years, they've seen a drop-off in numbers and many talented young boys dropping out of football at 16 and 17. Last year, they put out a call for young players to join a new under-17 team and were overwhelmed by the response. This team has not looked back ever since, and they have been involved in so many community projects, from community cleanups to graffiti removal, and they are just an absolute credit to our community and to their parents. And I just want to note that none of this would be possible without the coaches who volunteer their time to give pathways to our young people to continue in sport. So well done to Kieran Boyd and OB and all the lads. So thank you.
Mark Durkin.
Good Corlia, Bawayhum and Ratchis, I hope I knew the Covarges.
I would like to make the statement to congratulate the footballers and management and the supporters of Derry for their fantastic win in the Division 1 final last week in Croke Park.
Football team, management, backroom team and supporters on winning the National League Division 1 final in Croke Park against Dublin last week. The match itself was a real thriller. I've just about got my voice back. The nails might take another wee while as fans went through a roller coaster of emotions before the Oakleaf men showed nerves of steel and emerged victorious after a penalty shootout. The joy and the relief were palpable when Captain Conor Glass was presented the trophy by Uchtran Cuman Luclascale Jarlath Burns. But Derry football is used to ups and downs, having been relegated to Division 4 in recent seasons. Their resilience, determination, vision, ambition and ability have seen the team bounce back to the top table. It's been a while since '93, but we've enjoyed huge success in recent years. As well as the National League title, Derry have won back-to-back Ulster Championships. Glen and Steelstown have had All-Ireland club success, and the lift that this has given Derry can't be understated. It's not just dyed-in-the-wool Gaels who have a spring in their step over recent success. Interest has grown and participation in Gaelic games has grown right across the county, but nowhere more so than in Derry City itself. And it was fantastic to see the involvement of 4 players from city clubs, from Steelstown, Brian Oaks, in the successful campaign, and 2 of them playing in the final last week. It's been amazing and inspirational to see clubs opening their doors to more and more members, maximising the number of people who can enjoy the physical, mental and social benefits of participating in sports and culture. The popularity of Muller's and others teams is a great example of this. The success of sport in boosting individuals and building communities is something I've previously acknowledged. The contribution that coaches make across all our sporting codes is something that isn't measured, I suppose, in number of trophies won, but in the number of lives they impact positively upon. Here's hoping that Mickey Hart and the Derry boys continue to impact positively on mine.
Well, Padraig Dorgan.
I too would like to congratulate Derry on their League 1. In just 5 short years, Derry have gone from Division 4 to Division 1 champions. What an incredible performance last weekend by our county. It's testimony to the great work of coaches, of management, and of course the players who have given their all throughout. I want to mention 3 players in particular. Those are Dermot Baker, Cahir McMonigal and Donagh Gilmore. 3 players from Steelstown Brian Oaks who have come through and been so successful this year in the panel. And I think it's really inspirational for young Gaels in Derry to see players at that high level, not just from their county, but from their own city, from their own club, and indeed from their own areas. And I want to take this opportunity as well to congratulate the Derry hurlers who recently won the 2B final and who continue to make great strides for the sport in Ulster. And also to mention the Derry Camogues who will play Westmeath in the league final this Sunday. We send our best wishes to the squad and look forward to their continued success. And there's a sense of excitement in Derry that something big is on the horizon. Fans have played a pivotal role in galvanising the atmosphere around this, and I'm privileged that I could play a small part in that by organising transport from Derry and from across the county to Croke Park for those matches. And I want to be standing up and expect to be standing up here in the coming months as Derry see more success in the time ahead. Gurmaigat.
Well, Justin McNulty.
Gurmaigat, Concorla, and can I offer a hearty coharges to the Armagh ladies Gaelic footballers who had a victory yesterday in Croke Park in the league final, and against who other than against the Kingdom. And there's ways of winning finals, and winning finals against the Kingdom is always the best way. I want to congratulate them on their victory. I want to congratulate them on their trailblazing over so many years. I want to congratulate them on their leadership. I want to congratulate them on being role models. And for Armagh to be the first team in the country who has their own GAA grounds, ladies Gaelic football ground, is testament to the ambition and the leadership shown by the county board and by the players over a generation. Coharges to the Armagh girls.
Call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024 are a product of the tainted Donaldson deal, and they do require further comment and exposure. Whereas we await the Secretaries of State's directions to DAERA under these regulations, it seems clear from the content of the regulations that those directions will not apply to documentary checks at the Irish Sea border, thus exploding the DUP Donaldson myth or boast of zero paperwork. There are over 6,000 documentary checks each month because of the requirements of the EU Customs Code, a customs code which was imposed unaltered by the protocol on the premise that all goods coming from Great Britain are coming from a foreign country in its terms and are coming into EU territory. And herein continues the greatest constitutional obscenity of the tainted Donaldson deal. And to add insult to this constitutional injury is the fact that these latest regulations pull the teeth of this Assembly and its Windsor Framework Committee by removing the right to call for papers and ministers and persons, meaning that proper scrutiny is impossible, and the Windsor Framework Committee is in danger of becoming a mere sham as a result. In legislating for the Windsor Framework Committee and those who advocated it, much was made by these people that its scrutiny powers. Now at a stroke, the scrutiny powers have been removed, and all under the same DUP deal. I fought long and hard in this Assembly to get Section 11 of the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act through, under which committees were given the tools to do the job of scrutiny. That section now is deliberately and consciously excluded from applying to all protocol measures. Clearly, Sir Geoffrey and the DUP negotiators did not want scrutiny of what is now their protocol. Shame on them. It seems that protocol implementers do indeed love darkness rather than light.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I want to ask, what kind of horror would it take for this executive to contain Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza? Over 33,000 people are dead, 8 killed every single hour. Generations upon generations of Palestinian families wiped out. Their memories, cultures, hopes and dreams gone. Israel is systematically starving some 2 million Palestinians, forcing them to live on 245 calories per day. We've seen children deliberately targeted by Israeli snipers, aid workers and medical workers murdered, all without accountability. And the list goes on and on and on. And yet, this executive, a supposed bastion of peace and peace building, hasn't uttered a single word about the evil that is unfolding. Where is the executive's call for a ceasefire? Where are the joint statements of condemnation? This government, which patronisingly holds up our flawed peace process as an example to the world, can't even bring itself to criticise a raft of bloodthirsty war criminals who are committing a genocide in daylight. Northern exceptionalism shouldn't be an excuse to ignore a genocide. If the DUP and Sinn Féin can present a united front to schmooze with genocide backer Joe Biden, then they should surely be able to criticise an apartheid state which has massacred people with impunity. In the past 6 months alone, Mr. Speaker, Israel has bombed Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, the West Bank, Iran and Yemen. And not only has the British and US governments continued to fund the slaughter and arm the Israeli state to the hilt, they've actually joined in on the bombing in places like Yemen. And despite the horror that we have seen, the liberal media and the Western governments, supposed defenders of democracy, continue to gobble up and spew out Israel's base propaganda. The state, which some months ago denied it would ever attack a hospital, has launched 48 attacks on healthcare facilities in the Gaza Strip, including the now decimated Al-Shifa hospital. What kind of executive is this that can't collectively condemn the barbarity that we've seen? We've seen babies dead and decomposing on hospital beds where people were forced to flee from Israeli bombs and bullets. Not a word from this executive. We've heard of pregnant women going through C-sections without any anaesthetic, and not a word from the Stormont executive. People bound, bulldozed and buried under the rubble of hospitals. Not a single word about it. Palestine is the litmus test of our humanity, and ruling parties here and across the world are failing that test every single day. Therefore, it's up to ordinary people to challenge them. People need to keep pushing for boycott, divestment and sanctions against Israel, not just to punish this genocide, but to help dismantle the savage occupation and apartheid system that is imposed on the Palestinian people for 75 plus years. We must redouble our efforts to turn Ireland into an anti-apartheid island, north and south. We need to keep marching to expel the Israeli ambassador and bring BDS into our workplaces.
Next item of business is a motion on the committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr. William Irwin replace Mr. Gary Middleton as a member of the Committee on Procedures, and that Mr. Brian Kingston replace Mr. Stephen Dunn as a member of the Committee on Standards and Privileges.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion stand in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members will take their ease. There will be a change at the top table before we start the next debate, which will be on the strategic framework for a shared future. Thank you.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on a strategic framework for a shared future. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the ongoing need to build a genuinely shared future, expresses concern at the ongoing and severe costs, both social and financial, of continued social and economic segregation, notes the value of increasing numbers of people now enjoying educational, sporting and career opportunities free from the confines of traditional community divisions, further recognises the need to expand these opportunities to the entire community, including by ensuring that public money is spent on delivery of public services that are open to all, rather than on maintaining or further embedding division, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to bring forward a strategic framework for a shared future, delivering public sector reform to tackle the costs of division while building on good relations work already undertaken.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose the motion. As I do so, I wish to be clear that this is in many ways a positive motion, which much of which I say will be reflecting on significant progress which has been made in our society since the Good Friday Agreement, even if it has often been in spite of rather than because of the endless challenges the political institutions founded by that agreement have had to endure. Indeed, in many ways, the argument my colleagues and I will be making today is that politics needs to catch up with society. As we plan our programme for government and budget, we still need to think about the potential for a fourth pillar to the three that are in existence: planet, people and prosperity, and we would like to see peace added to that. This motion, which I hope will secure cross-party support, will require the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to take forward the development of a shared future strategic framework. This would require each department to develop and deliver its services and programmes in ways that ensures that they reflect the need to prioritise and promote peace and reconciliation and meaningfully challenge and tackle the cost of division. Part of the story we set out today will be about great progress, great advance and great opportunity. Part of it will also be about the ongoing scars in our society and about the many communities which have not fully benefited from that progress. These scars are sometimes literal in our built environment, most obviously in the form of the so-called peace walls, which were supposed to all have been brought down by last year. But we should not forget that the cost in lost progress and lost opportunity is borne not by infrastructure but by people. A genuinely shared future, to be clear, is not a neutral future where we are afraid to express ourselves. On the contrary, it is where one can express their cultural heritage with confidence, and where we are not confined to one side of the sectarian fault line in seeking out opportunities to express ourselves. It is one in which the drummer in the band parade offers up an opportunity to play the drum to a young lad coming home from GAA training. It is one in which Irish language classes take place in inner city East Belfast. It is one in which the same person vies to play on the county panel in the summer and on the provincial team in the winter. The point is that all of this already happens, and I firmly believe that it happens considerably more than it did. This is our shared present. We just need a lot more of it. In many communities, however, segregation remains a way of life. T-Buck has been of value to many such communities, but it has perhaps at times been too programmatic, focused on local interventions in areas which then become reliant on this short-term funding, rather than on a strategic policy overview in terms of public sector delivery, which would make the fundamental and necessary changes needed in how our society as a whole functions. And I'll just draw reference to an example in my own constituency, where one of our local youth clubs has had its budget, been advised that its budget's going to be severely reduced this year. You know, we know that these are the very structures through which good relations work can be delivered. And so if we stop duplicating our services, then this would free up money for long-term, frontline, sustained delivery. And as I say, we could quote the literal cost of segregation. As long ago as 2007, a Deloitte report put it at 1.5 billion, and certainly no one would seriously dispute that it certainly runs into hundreds of millions. This is a financial cost. It effectively comes off money which, as I've just said there, could be spent on efficient public services, particularly in those areas that need it most. However, perhaps the biggest issue is the social cost. Those communities in which fear of different identities or outlook prevails are also the ones in which living standards and life expectancies tend to be lower, often markedly so. Overcoming that fear and embracing opportunity is not an easy task, but if it leads to communities more open to the opportunities offered by diversity, then it will surely lead to communities which are happier, healthier and more prosperous. We need to find ways to focus on the opportunities which arise if we bring down the walls, both literal and metaphorical, which divide us. When we live with walls for generation, they inevitably become the norm. But we must never stop reinforcing the point that dividing communities with walls is abnormal. The Peace Monitoring Report published in November 2023 notes that intercommunal violence is now extremely rare, and so what we do need to do is address the fear that many people still live with. A strategic framework could help by delivering policy outcomes such as, for example, improving air quality and increasing levels of economic opportunities in urban areas, which would reduce fear by bringing communities together across walls with common cause. And we feel that this strategic framework should sit with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister because of their coordination role in the need for cross-departmental outcomes and outworkings. So we must also confront the reality that there are still communities that live in pre-1998 existence in single identity areas, often sadly complete with paramilitary trappings, where children and young people continue, even in 2024, to be exploited, and sadly we saw this in Derry just over Easter. This motion asks this Assembly, however, to confirm its determination that moving on from this type of existence everywhere is a good thing. We must no longer allow anywhere to settle from breeding fear and limiting future prospects. The mixing of our population and the growing presence of newcomers and their families has changed the face of Northern Ireland. The surveys show that it is widely recognised that it has done so for the better. With diversity comes opportunity. And again, the recent Peace Monitoring Report makes clear that the greatest growth in prejudice is not along sectarian lines but along racial. Race is now the most common form of crime with hate motivation, and most people reported to the Northern Ireland Life and Time survey in 2022 that they felt that there is much or more racial prejudice now than 5 years ago. Yet our racial equality strategy, another example where there is need for cross-departmental cooperation and collaboration, this has not been fully implemented just 1 year from its conclusion, and we remain the only part of the UK without a final refugee integration strategy. There is learning not just from TBUC but also from the original Shared Future Policy dating from 2005. That policy sets as its objective the establishment over time of a normal civic society in which all individuals are considered as equals, where differences are resolved through dialogue in the public sphere, and where all people are treated impartially, and thus of a society where there is equity, respect for diversity, and a recognition of interdependence. That objective still holds true today, and it still holds true for tackling all forms of prejudice and discrimination. That is why the motion calls specifically for a strategic framework. We want to see policies delivered and developed through co-design and in a cohesive way, so that that commitment to a shared future, free from prejudice, while maximising opportunity, is woven into everything our executive parties do going forward. I hope, however, that I've set out the many benefits to us all of building a shared future, overcoming segregation and ending prejudice, building on work already undertaken. Yet I think we still do need that fourth pillar, as I say, planet, people, prosperity and peace. Therefore, I urge all members to back the motion to replace a bitter, fearful and divided past with a reconciled, hopeful and shared future that is led by all our executive ministers under a strategic framework. Thank you.
Thank the member for opening the debate, and I call Carol McKillen.
Cancolia agus gom buhis a horch done Alliance or Fion round habitat.
I thank Alliance for this motion, this important motion, and I would like to support the motion.
For bringing this very important motion forward, and I want to give my support to that motion. There's lots that we could say, and within 10 minutes you kept yourself into, fairly confined words. And, for us, I think, first of all, there are a couple of things that we need to discuss, and it is the elephant in the room. There is still sectarianism out there, so we agree on that. I also think that there's a lot of focus on sectarianism, particularly within working class areas and deprived areas. We recognise all that, but we also need to deal with the middle class sectarianism that has went on for a long time as well. So first of all, I want to put on record my thanks to the many people throughout all sorts of years have continued to show leadership and interfaces. I also want to talk about the elephant in the room, particularly when we're talking about tackling paramilitaries and communities in transition. In the area I represent, it's armed criminal gangs. And we need to call that out as well. Do they still have the ability to coerce and control young people and cause sectarian problems? They absolutely do. So, and I've seen it there as recent as a couple of weeks ago in North Belfast, regrettably. But see the children and young people who are involved in youth work, the residents who are involved in youth work, they're doing it together. Now they may do a single identity work, but when it comes to evaluating, it comes to making sure there's enough staff on, making sure there's enough diversion of youth workers on, they're doing that together, and that's something that is greatly appreciated, but I also think it's worth putting it on the record, and that's right across the communities. I've seen it myself. Young people are taking risks when there's a lack of political leadership, and they have continued to do it, and they will continue to do it, and I think what we need to do is continue their footing. That's the very, very least. We all need to review what's going to happen for good relations or whatever. I also think the economic impacts are there as well. So if without TBUC, without CIT, without engaged programmes, there is still an extreme vulnerability, particularly for some young people, to get involved in the criminal justice system. And there it goes on, and it becomes intergenerational and harder to crack. What I've seen this last lot of years compared to what I've seen previous years are that people are doing this. So well before we were talking about co-design and co-production, they were doing it. So in your speech you said communities are often ahead of us as political leaders. They've been doing this for quite some time. I want to mention North Belfast. We had the regrettable interface right down a park. Right now it's opened up. It opened up, and I remember David Ford being there, and in fairness he recognised the communities, but in my opinion the communities weren't recognised enough by officials then. It was the communities who took the risks. It was the communities who went and spoke to their neighbours, spoke to the youth groups, spoke to the mother and toddler groups, went to the libraries and worked really, really hard to get that done. And they're doing the same thing in Gertwood, they're doing the same thing in North Queen Street, Dunkern Gardens, Limestone Road, Clifton Street. Unfortunately, there's about 8 interfaces. Before them are still particularly problematic. And Brian knows this. They're problematic because you have a small cohort of young people who are determined to cause trouble. But overarching, this sense of a need for better funding into good relations, for me, is the elephant in the room. And we need to map all that up from different departments and give good leadership in this. Because what we're saying is, to those areas in particular, we see you, we know who you are, we value you, we want to be productive in this change that comes forward, and we want to do it together, and above all else we'll listen to you. So I'm delighted just to say a few words on this. It's really, really important. But the need for a bespoke service doesn't come from community relations, doesn't come from anybody else, it comes from the ground up, and they've got it. So let's recognise that when we are looking at funding going forward, and not only congratulate their achievements thus far, but make it easier for them to do the work, really hard work on our behalf. Gormila, thank you.
Thank you, and I call Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion here today. The motion calls firstly on the House to recognise the ongoing need to build a genuinely shared future. Many of us in this chamber have been committed to playing our part to see a shared future become a reality for many years. The DUP is focused on making Northern Ireland work for everyone. We're committed to a shared future and to playing our part to build that shared future, provided it acknowledges and caters for all our communities and identities across Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, on occasion, the genuineness and sincerity of some rings hollow in relation to shared futures, when it becomes apparent that their concept of a shared future seems to be to freeze out those with whom they disagree or those who don't fit their narrative. If we want to see a genuine shared future, it must be a future which celebrates, acknowledges and caters for everyone. Community integration can only be achieved through natural permeation. It is a community that integrates, And whilst government can provide tools and mechanisms to support the creation and strengthening of social cohesion across traditional tribalism, it cannot engage in the business of integration itself, nor should it seek to force artificially contrived notions of integration upon society. If we mean to be genuinely realistic around this subject and not bandy it about as a fashionable vote winner, then we need to acknowledge that a shared future doesn't equate to a one-size-fits-all policy. Take education, for example. There is a reluctance by many to recognise that natural integration within the controlled sector, and in particular the grammar sector, is just as favourable as that found in the integrated sector. Some would have us believe that integration doesn't happen outside of the integrated sector, an insult to so many schools across Northern Ireland that are often more integrated and diverse in their intake than many integrated schools. The idea that yes, just a wee second. The idea that parental choice can be set aside in favour of one elected, elevated sector is wrong. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to ask, parental choice though isn't there for the parents who wish to send their children to integrated schools because there aren't any available for them. But would the member not also agree that given the schools that you speak about that are integrated in nature, then there is nothing to fear in actual undergoing that true transformation to become an integrated school?
Thank you, member, and welcome our intervention and our comments. Thank you. Returning to the wording on the motion, which acknowledges those who enjoy educational, sporting and career opportunities free from the confines of community divisions, and recognising the need to expand these opportunities to the entire community. The motion intimates that there are some for whom such opportunities cannot be accessed. I would be interested to know to who and what this refers, given that we live in a free country and individuals are at liberty to study where they wish, work where they wish, and enjoy whatever leisure activities they wish. Similarly, they also have the ability and opportunity to enjoy cultural and identity-based pursuits. The motion appears to cite the example of public services that are not open to all in justification of this argument. This is very alarming, and inference to make of this believed to be the case, then those making the inference should spell out what public services they are referring to and whether they have raised these inequalities with the Equality Commission. Oh, well.
Thank you for the opportunity. I thought I spelt quite a bit of it out, but I suppose like an example I would give is that there's a new housing development, for example, in my constituency that went for shared housing funding and got turned down. So there's very practical examples of where funding has not been given forward, where people wanted to progress good relations and shared future. Thank you.
I've got an extra minute.
Welcome the members' comments. The key to building a sustainable and lasting shared future will not be found in attacking someone's freedom to choose, maintain and develop their own identity. In recent decades, we have welcomed many thousands of migrants to the UK to work and live, bringing with them an eclectic array of cultures, religions and traditions. We call this diversity, not division. There should be no difference in how we view our domestic cultures. Our shared future can and should celebrate such diversity as it is intrinsic to our identity. As we continue to transition as a post-conflict society, there are undoubtedly areas in which needless financial and social segregation can and should be combated. This can be achieved with community buy-in through a bottom-up approach which achieves tangible results. We should be focusing on what we can do to build upon the foundations already laid and what has been successful in the past in terms of future government-led initiatives.
The member brings remarks to close.
Yep, well, that'd be a revamp of urban villages and building successful community schemes. Okay, thank you.
Thank the member. Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Just while it's on my mind, before I forget, Carol McKillen made reference to middle-class sectarianism, which I think is an important issue to be debated. And I'm not sure if she's ever read John Hewitt's fabulous poem, The Coasters, but I think if she did, it will speak very much to her theme, and I have a spare copy if she's interested. I want to begin with our foundational document, the 1998 agreement, and quote paragraphs 2 and 3. Paragraph 2 talks about the tragedies of the past, leaving a deep and profoundly regrettable legacy of suffering, and the fact we must never forget, but we can best honour through a fresh start in which we firmly dedicate ourselves to the achievement of reconciliation, tolerance, and mutual trust, and to the protection and vindication of the human rights of all. And paragraph 3 is a commitment to partnership, equality, and mutual respect. And I think those concepts, partnership, equality, and mutual respect, acknowledge the fact that we have different identities which we cherish. So this is not about everybody jumping into the equivalent of a virtual blender and coming out the human form of beige. Republicans will be Republicans, nationalists will be nationalists, and unionists will be unionists, and those who don't want to be labelled as such will not be labelled as such. And without getting too far up on my hobby horse, if we are having a review of the agreement, I think we need to define what we mean by reconciliation. I think we need to find another word to replace tolerance, which for me is simply about the absence of hostility. I think it needs to be something a bit more positive. And we need to find another term for others, because I think that's demeaning to the Alliance Party, given their current level of support. In terms of division, I reported on far too much of the troubles as a broadcast journalist. Politicians coming in to bemoan the fact we were a divided society. The one shining example of difference was the leader of the SDLP, John Hume, who didn't talk about division, he talked about diversity. Diversity being a strength, diversity being part of the human condition. And I think that's what we need to focus on in this debate and in the work we perform on the rest of this mandate. The mover talked about putting a duty on each department to look at this. I would be more comfortable if it was an executive-led initiative. My fear would be that we might repeat what I consider to be mistakes from the last mandate. We had, for example, for communities, an initiative on shared housing, but at the same time the Department of Education had an initiative of shared education. The problem was, geographically, they were separate. Surely it would make much more sense if the shared housing was surrounding the shared educational campuses. And I don't think it should be about a son of the Social Investment Fund, that 40 million for dereliction and 40 million for deprivation. I think that was perceived too often to be an orange and green carve-up. So I think we can learn from what we've done in the past and do it better in the future. I've been here 13 years, Deputy Speaker. I sense something different in the air. I sense a positivity that I haven't really felt before. I sense a determination to deliver that I haven't felt before. I sense possibilities that I haven't felt before. Possibilities to truly deliver for all our people, to look at this place that we all call home, to respect each other's differences, each other's identity, and to find many common causes. So I'm very happy to support the thrust of this motion.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Myself and the SDLP will, of course, be supporting today's motion from the Alliance Party, and I commend them for bringing it. There are a few points that I want to make in respect of both the motion but also the broad theme of reconciliation and moving our society away from division. The work of ending division is core to my party. the previous speaker, Mr Nesbitt, talked about our former leader. We sometimes talk about our former leader, the SDLP, Mr Hume. We're sometimes accused of talking about him too much, but what he left with us as a moral, intellectual and political North Star was, among other things, a belief that difference and diversity must not and should not become a source of division. Of course, we know in this part of Ireland difference has been a source of division, and sadly continues to be. Our core mission is ending division, ending all the divisions in this place, in Northern Ireland and on the island of Ireland, and in the different ways that they manifest themselves. When I returned to this place to become a politician 4 years ago. I'd been away for nearly 20 years. I'm, I suppose, part of the Good Friday Agreement generation. I'm never entirely clear where those generations begin or end, but I was 15 when the Good Friday Agreement was signed, and I'm a middle-aged man now. I was out of this island for nearly 20 years. When I returned, I was, and I would obviously return regularly, but when I moved back here, I was struck by some of the individual bits of discrete progress that had been made. I was proud to be representing probably the most diverse constituency on this island, the most shared, which is South Belfast. But I was also struck by the many ways that division continued to plague and define the society. And we should be honest about that, and we should be direct about it, because sectarianism continues to be extraordinarily defining in this society. And I think sometimes it's important not to minimise it and not to pretend that it doesn't exist. Carol McCullen was right, actually, when she said that there is sometimes a tendency to pretend or to imply that sectarianism is something, either something that them do, but not us, or indeed that it's something that plagues or affects working class communities and that others don't need to deal with it. That simply isn't true. So division is profound, deep and defining in this society. But what do we mean by a strategic framework for a shared future? We are happy to support the motion, because I think it is important that this is a core priority for the new executive, and I hope that the passage of this motion today means that there will be specific commitments in the new programme for government around delivery. I do have to touch briefly on something that has been very disappointing so far in relation to building a shared future that has happened under this new dispensation, which is the cut to integrated education funding. The UK government removed a ring fence which has affected 10 integrated and shared projects, but particularly 10 integrated schools who had expected to have new schools built and now won't. It's important to say that though the UK government removed the ring fence, that did not impose any duty on any executive minister to not spend that money. They could have put the ring fence back on for those integrated schools a minute later, but they chose not to. I have written answers from both the Education Minister and the Finance Minister, which appear to say different things about when they were formally told that shared and integrated education funding had been cut. What is clear is that the Minister was that there was, it was known by mid-February by both the Finance Department and the Education Department that this funding was going to be cut, but it wasn't, the schools themselves were not told until a week later. In the interim, there was a visit, including by the First and Deputy First Minister and the Education Minister, to a new shared education project in Limavady. I think that's a great project, by the way, and I don't in any way diminish its importance. But there are concerns about the timing of that announcement and the fact that ministers appeared to know that this money was going to be cut from integrated schools, but went along to dig ground at Limavady in the shared education project. I say that because it's important. The reason I make that point, and we will follow up on that, is that we need to be serious and specific, and we need to be real about delivery when it comes to building a shared future and not simply be indulging in photo ops. I want to briefly, before I close my remarks, I've only got 10 seconds left, Mr Deputy Speaker. All of us who have a constitutional aspiration, whether that's Northern Ireland remaining in the UK or in New Ireland, need to be able to explain how our vision for the future will involve ending division and building a reconciled society, and that isn't impossible. But I commend today's motion. I'm pleased to support it, and I hope we see real delivery in a programme for government. Thank you very much.
Thank the member and call Padraig Delargy.
Firstly, I think this motion is useful in assessing where we're at and in assessing where we're going. So I thank the Alliance Party for bringing forward the motion. I want to touch specifically on a few elements and really look at how they've impacted practically within my constituency, and look at how there's still space to develop and improve upon those. So that's really within the T-Box strategy. It's around education and it's around urban villages as well. There are obviously the 7 strands of T-Book that are funded by the executive. 30,000 young people, including a huge number of young people from my own constituency who have taken part and who've benefited from that. And I think within that, what is very clear and what all those young people have experienced is around how, as a society, to move forward, we need to tackle sectarianism, we need to tackle racism, and we need to tackle other forms of intolerance which we see. But critically, as Carol has mentioned, it's about that being on the ground. And I think from a policy level, while we can support that and implement that and bring forward strategies which really benefit that, it has to come organically from communities as well, and it has to be supported from a political position to support that as well. Obviously, as a former teacher, most of my experience prior to coming on here was within education. I was privileged to teach in an integrated school in Oak Grove in Derry, and to see the huge benefits in that school to the community, and to really see how practically on a day-to-day basis that school work at breaking down barriers and at breaking down divisions. So I think that's something very positive. We've seen hugely positive developments in terms of the Stroll campus, and as Mr. O'Toole has mentioned, in Limavady as well. 4,000 pupils on the Stroll campus. So I welcome that as a really positive step forward, but I do recognise within that there are huge steps that we need to continue to do. For me in all of this, we need to bank what we've had that's positive, but also to review what needs to change in the time ahead, and I think that's critical. In that, I think the motion, and Ms Bradshaw has spoken to that very, very well, but I definitely think there's space still for us to do that. Importantly to me in all of this, it's about us working collectively and about us continuing to have these conversations in a positive and constructive way to assess what is going well and what we need to change. In terms of urban villages, I come from an urban village area myself in the Moor in Derry. We've seen really positive development on that. And in the Fountain, we've seen the Newgate Arts Centre, we've seen the redevelopment of the city centre, the city walls, and then in the areas that I come from, we've also seen the redevelopment of Meanan Square and of Central Drive in Craigan. So again, I think one of the biggest things that Urban Villages has brought forward, and which we need to continue to bring into other communities, is that in tackling sectarianism and in tackling that intolerance, we've also managed, by doing so, to tackle some of the economic disparity that we've seen across the north as well. So I think fundamental to this is looking at that whole socio-economic piece around that as well. So I welcome that, and I recognise that that's very much part of the motion. But the reality is that while we look at all that and we look at the benefits, we still have peace walls up within that area as well. And that's something which has been alluded to already. So we can't stand still. I think that this is a great opportunity, and I welcome the fact you've brought it forward today. I'll be supporting it. But it's a great opportunity for us to evaluate where we're at going forward, how we get to the stage of moving that into communities, and communities are, I agree, well ahead of us. I've spoken to a number of people within my own area and within areas across the Moor who are very much willing to move to the next step and look at where we can go going forward. So I think this is about building relationships. It's about reducing that duplication of services. It's about us working together here in Stormont, but about us working together in our communities. One element of it which the motion hasn't really touched on, but which I think we need to expand this out to, is tackling division not just within our communities, but tackling division across our island as well. So particularly for myself being in a border constituency, one of the key divisions which I see, one of the key duplications of services which I see, is the fact that we're divided across the island. So I would like to, I suppose, continue to have those conversations collectively and develop that element of it as well. But I welcome the motion today. I'll be supporting it. I'm looking forward to working with the Alliance Party and with others in developing this in the time ahead.
Thank you. And call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A shared future for the people of Northern Ireland is something that I trust we are all committed to in this Assembly. Indeed, it is a key theme of the Assembly Executive. For example, in the Executive Office with programmes such as Together, Building a United Community, urban villages and communities in transition. It is also facilitated by many other executive departments, including the Department for Education, through shared education initiatives, which many schools participate in. Also, the Department for Communities, through the collaborative working which takes place between communities through programmes such as Neighbourhood Renewal. The DUP recognises that a shared future does not mean trying to do away with personal, family and community identities. Rather, it means promoting tolerance. It means recognising the place of a range of identities and people's right to choose to associate themselves or not associate themselves with any particular identity. In education, we respect parental choice and that there are a number of sectors within our school system resulting from that. Those schools must be of a viable size in the interest of the public purse. It is not just the integrated sector, which contains schools having a diverse enrolment. In particular, many schools in the grammar sector and the controlled sector have diverse enrolments across a range of community and ethnic backgrounds. Statutory services must be open and accessible to all, and in particular for lower income families, which are likely to be more reliant on public services. Importantly, this does not mean that public services should not be located in areas which are predominantly associated with one side of the community in Northern Ireland. Such an approach, if services were removed, could compound disadvantage through reducing the uptake of public services. So the DUP certainly supports a shared future. We are committed to investing and transforming our public services to ensure that they are accessible by everyone. However, we need an approach to this debate in a way which is respectful and tolerant of the many national and cultural identities in communities across Northern Ireland. Community engagement is central to building a shared and inclusive future. Without community buy-in, this transition simply isn't feasible. So, passing motions in this Assembly can be very detached from realities on the ground. Over many years, I have worked with community and elected representatives and statutory services in Greater Shankill and North Belfast to improve community relations and to address periods of increased tension when there have been clashes and attacks, as sadly has been the case recently. So as Carol Nahulan did earlier, I wish to pay tribute to those community and elected representatives and statutory services who work on these difficult issues on the ground and who make a genuine difference at community level, particularly for those living in interface areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to be speaking on the motion before us today, particularly as it calls for the development of a cross-departmental shared future strategy. My and my party's vision of a shared future is one where everyone can be safe, play their part and is treated fairly and with respect. We believe in a society for everyone, underpinned by our shared values of equality, respect and for diversity and interdependence. People must be free from intimidation, discrimination and fear. As well as the societal impact of division in a post-conflict society, there's also a huge financial cost. My colleague has already highlighted the Deloitte report from 2007, which estimated the division was costing Northern Ireland between 800 million and 1.5 billion per year. Research produced more recently last year by Ulster University estimated that the education system alone, the cost of division is costing us £226 million per year, £600,000 every day. This is a staggering sum, but it's not just about the financial cost, it's about the societal impact that this division has on Northern Ireland as a whole. I'd also at this point like to highlight and come back to some comments that have been made previously about where facilities and provision aren't open to all. I think it was shameful that previous executives did not act on fair employment treatment order not applying to teachers. That's a clear, tangible example of where people could be discriminated against and have no legal protections. I welcome that my former colleague from the Alliance Party, Chris Little, brought forward a private member's bill to address this, and it will come into force, I understand, later this year. But I think it is disappointing that the executive themselves couldn't take that forward. I do believe significant change is needed to reduce the impact of division in our society. This cannot be the responsibility of one department, which is why we're calling on the First and Deputy First Minister to lead on a strategy to embed sharing, integration and cohesion across all departments and public services. I do, however, recognise that to move forward, we must not forget about the past. There is much work we still need to do to progress and address our history in Northern Ireland. I would like to see the sectarian demarcation of areas with flags, murals and banners that promote prescribed paramilitary organisations fully outlawed, with legislation to ensure removal by public bodies. We also have a Legacy Act introduced against the will of the parties in Northern Ireland and overwhelmingly opposed by victims and survivors themselves. The mechanisms contained in this Act do not put the needs of victims first, and it will not lead to a more reconciled society. I would also like to see this executive take forward proposals for a pension for those bereaved by the Troubles. We have seen many families fall between the cracks and left disappointment that their trauma and pain has not been recognised by previous payment schemes brought forward. In terms of the here and now, I recognise that work is being done in communities to promote cohesion and integration. In North Down, my own constituency, I've seen firsthand some of the good work funded by the Communities in Transition project in Kilcully and Rathgill. I would, however, say for going forward, I would like to see these projects be a lot more flexible. Unfortunately, many in North Down will tell you that paramilitary activity is not just limited to these two estates in Bangor, and it is important that initiatives from the executive reflect that. It has been said by other colleagues here, but I think it is important to recognise that our local communities are way ahead of politicians on this issue. The best examples of community cohesion and inclusive initiatives are more often than not driven by local people in the local areas. Things such as youth workers and the provision they provide, women's centres and mental health initiatives on the ground.
Would the member give way?
Yes, I will give way.
Would the member agree with me that if we address the cost of division, there would be more money for sustained services in those communities that you've just outlined?
I thank the member for intervention. I would agree, and I think there is a body of evidence to suggest and back up those claims. Moving towards a truly shared and integrated society, I want to see us move beyond the old narrative of two communities here in Northern Ireland. We are a diverse place and becoming more increasingly so. It is important that equality and human rights issues are an essential part of a shared future. It is regrettable that more progress was not made on the last mandate on a Bill of Rights for Northern Ireland. This could have been an important tool to enshrine rights for all and ensure those who are marginalised are protected. Going forward, I want a shared future to mean a society where everyone is welcome and free from discrimination. I am extremely concerned by the recent rise in hate crimes recorded by the PSNI with race as the motivator. Addressing hate crime needs to be a factor in building a shared society and a united community. Good relations, as I said, should no longer be about the old narrative of two communities, but for everybody in society. I would like to see this underpinned with a strategy for the integration of refugees into our society and fully implementing the racial equality strategy. This issue affects our entire society, and as such there's many issues that I would like to speak about, but I am running out of time. Before I bring my remarks to a close, I would also like to say I think it would also be important when it comes to human rights and inclusion that the UN Convention on the Rights for Persons with Disabilities is incorporated into domestic law. This is about creating a framework for a shared and united Northern Ireland, addressing our past to create a society where everyone is equal and free from discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. I call in Ministerial.
Concordia, and I raise in support of the motion today, and I congratulate the Alliance Party for bringing it. I think this is a really important conversation for us to have, and as has previously been said, it's really useful that we take stock of where we are in the North as we are a post-colonial, post-conflict society, and we have to acknowledge that sectarianism does exist, and we're only going to deal with it if we have a conversation about it. So I totally support the motion. Obviously, unity and unification is fundamental to my politics. I'm an Irish Republican. We've just celebrated Easter, and at Easter we reflect on the words of the proclamation to the Irish people in 1916, in which it clearly stated that the Irish nation was for Catholic, Protestant and dissenter, and that's the politics to which I align myself, and I suppose the basis of my political activism and the reason why I'm here in this chamber. And we know that the costs of division are multiple. They're visceral, they're visible, they're tangible, and they're very real. And unfortunately, in the past, people have paid the ultimate price because of division and sectarianism. And that is not the place that we're in anymore, but we want to move very much away from that. And I think motions like today and this conversation is helpful in that, because we need to govern for everybody. And I note Ms Aiken referred to the Bill of Rights, which in the last mandate we did a lot of work on, and obviously I chaired the ad hoc committee to create a Bill of Rights, and it was regrettable at that point that the two unionist parties did block the delivery of a Bill of Rights, and I would like to see that. Yes, I will.
So the Ulster Unionist Party were anything other than supportive. And you will remember I was vice chair to your chair.
Thanks to the member for his intervention. I can refer you to a body of evidence on the website of this Assembly, which will clearly point the particular meeting where your colleague Alan Chambers provided a document and said verbally that he did not believe a Bill of Rights was necessary for the North, and you can reflect on the Hansard, which will show that and demonstrate that quite clearly. My point is that I think that we have to govern for everybody, and I believe that ensuring rights for everybody is helpful, and I think that's the conversation that's the space that we need to be in, and that's the conversation that we need to be having. And the inclusion of everybody, regardless of their background, is important, and acknowledging those differences and acknowledging that we all have different lived experiences. And I would also say that I think it's been referred to before by others. I believe that there is a change in attitude during this mandate, and I think that's to be welcomed. And we can see that when people participate in other people's cultures and they embrace the fact that we all have differences, and we take the opportunity to enjoy things that we maybe weren't brought up with, that is a richer experience for everyone, and nobody is hurt out of that. So I think that's something that needs to be perpetuated, and it needs to be built upon during this mandate, and I hope to see more of that, and I would congratulate the First and Deputy First Minister for their example of that thus far, because we do need to see an end to segregation in our hearts and in our minds. And I know other members, particularly those from different parts of the city, have referred to the peace walls and the very real divisions within their communities, but as I have said before in this chamber, I am from the country, I'm from a farming family, and where I come from, when there was a cow sick of calving or somebody needed help lambing a sheep, it did not matter what their background was. Nobody asked at the gate, where did you go on Sunday? Everybody chipped in, and that's still the situation at home, and that's something that I think we need to see an increase in, and reflect that people may have different cultural practices, and they may have different political beliefs and different views about the constitutional position of the North of Ireland, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the same worries and concerns. We all want to see the same thing for ourselves, for our families, our friends and our constituents. We want to see people being able to have a full and proper life. We want to see people being able to access healthcare. We all have the same struggles, and at the end of the day, that's what life is about. So I congratulate you on the motion. I hope to see it receive cross-party support today, and I believe that this is a good basis on which we can all go together and work together for all of the people that we represent. Gormila.
Thank you. I call David Honey first.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I've said before in this chamber that I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for community involvement, and particularly in local sports clubs in Lagan Valley. And I stand as a proud development officer of Glenaby GAC, yet I don't come from a GAA background, nor does my wife or any of her family. And I want to look at now about, Matthew said before he went about getting real, but I want to look at some of the things just around what's happened with myself and what it looks like when you do life together and actually change mindsets. My late granny, she was called Sally. She was pretty loyal. and she was from Ballysillan. She owned a chip shop on the Shankle Road, and when I was young, she used to take me to the band parades. My granny had moved to Bangor as she got older, and she lived at the end of the Fold. And her flat was full of plates of royals, of royal weddings, and anybody that didn't realise her belief, she had a little Union Jack clock on her mantelpiece which ticked as loud as she could speak. So everybody knew exactly where Sally came from. Sundays were a complete day of rest. You did nothing on a Sunday in her house. You didn't wash the car, you didn't cut the grass, that was completely frowned upon. So when my son, her first great-grandson, was about 7 or 8, he was playing in the Sunday Go games at our club in St Joseph's, and we were to visit my granny on that afternoon. And when I told him, I came home from the Go games and I told him to go and get changed so I wouldn't cause her any offence, unknown to me, he'd simply thrown an Irish rugby hoodie over his GAA top. And my granny was getting old, and our flat was really warm all the time. So when we arrived there, Tim was too warm, took off his fleece, and there was a GAA top underneath. 2 sports, 2 Irish teams, and a completely different reaction. My granny was 90-ish at the time, but as quick as a flash, she saw a GAA logo. And I remember seeing the speed at which her eyes locked on that badge. But here's the thing. This was her blue-eyed boy, and he was wearing a GAA shirt. And I kind of will never forget what happened and how that challenged her view and how our reaction was instantly different, because this was her family. This was her grandson. And I'm not saying her opinion completely changed or reversed, but her opposition certainly did. And her perception was completely challenged and was transformed. Her opinion was never going to be challenged by words or press releases or Photoshop or Facebook posts or a shared trip or a visit somewhere that you don't even know where from. But what challenged her was her own grandson, living out a completely different way of life. Uncomfortable, right up close and personal. And while photo opportunities are good to build confidence in this place, and I'm not dismissing that because it is important that that happens, but it's hard decisions that are needed to help challenge and to integrate, to actually unite people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Member. It just draws the story that you've told there about your grandmother me back to our code of conduct as MLAs, where we are supposed to promote good relations. And this motion brings forward our opportunity to show the public out there that we are, as an assembly together, promoting good relations by coming together in a way that is conducive to promoting good relations, by tackling prejudice, promoting understanding and respect, and encouraging participation.
There's an extra minute.
Yeah, thank you, and thank for the member for Kelly for our words. If we want to live in a place that thrives, that prospers, that celebrates diversity and everyone on this small island, we need more than words and we need more than photographs. We need decisions that will build and bring our community together. Neither should we settle for second best or some sort of false pretense. We can never settle for dividing out or trying to pretend that dividing out is actually sharing. If we want to have a prosperous future, we need to be sharing a model of confidence, of integration that helps bring people together, that actually then do life together. 25 or 26 years now after the Good Friday Agreement was signed, we need to make decisions to deliver prosperity. And when I say prosperity, I not mean money and wealth and foreign direct investment, although that is part of it. But it's starting to look at the man in the mirror, starting to look at ourselves, and actually making decisions that provide opportunities that build on the work already being done, has been said, across our community, to change and to challenge ourselves. We urgently need a strategic framework brought forward that will work to deliver a shared future, delivering public sector reform, to tackle the cost of division while bringing and building on good relations that are already happening in our community. Talking words are no longer anywhere good enough. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion and would like to commend those who have brought it forward. And it's actually been a real privilege listening to you, David, giving your personal testimony, because that is where it all happens. It happens with love, you know, sharing our community and that. And I would like to say to Mike as well, I enjoyed that poem. I downloaded it there now. It was very, very good. And it teaches us all something about our own humanity as well. It's timely and appropriate motion about one of the most pressing challenges facing our society, namely the unacceptable division that still separates our communities here in Northern Ireland. When our peace agreement was finalised in 1998, it was in the hope for a better future for everyone here. And that was the real and earnest desire of those who took part in those negotiations. But 26 years later, although that fragile peace has survived, I think we can all agree that our society has not lived up to the vision of the peace builders of all those years ago. Of course, it's right to say that there are increasing numbers of people from all backgrounds engaging in forms of sports and culture that were once thought as reserved for the so-called opposite community, and that is to be welcomed. And through a combination of natural integration and the fact that more and more people are simply fed up with division, many people are living lives in our communities that would have seemed unimaginable just a few decades ago. The old divisions no longer hold as true as they once did, and we can all see that our society is changing all around us. That includes the fact that we are home to an increasing number of new communities from around the world. That diversity is to be celebrated, and it is a sign of Northern Ireland that now looks different from our past. However, it is also right to recognise that in far too many of our communities and for far too many of our people, the scars of the past and present division is still very clear. And reconciliation was never supposed to be an event that happened in 1998, but a process that continues throughout the years that have followed. Despite the huge popular support for integration, we still know that it's not the reality on the ground. Lip service has been paid to integrated education, but let's be honest, we are fooling nobody. Only 7% of our young people are enrolled in integrated schools. The vast majority of children still grow up without the opportunity to experience an environment that is unlike their own. And while integrated education should be high on the agenda, in practice, at least 10 of our integrated schools have lost their funding in the funding deal to restore these institutions. And more than 44% of people here say relationships between Protestants and Catholics are about the same as they were 5 years ago. And 58% of people have said from different religions, using different local services, either a little or a lot of the time. These failures of integration are the consequences of the failure to properly tackle divisions within our communities and within our society. Structural segregation is still the norm in far too many areas of our lives. And we know from research that the divided education system here alone costs £226 million every single year. Tackling these costs of division may be framed by some as another pressure on budgets that are already under huge pressure. But we must recognise that the kind of shared framework that this motion calls for is an investment in the future that we all want to see. We need to recognise that every day the running of parallel services in different communities costs our public purse. The cost of division is profound. But it's also important to recognise the cost of division between the north and south of this island. Running parallel services between north and south also holds our community back and our economy back. So there is actually two barriers, and the cost of division there needs to be addressed. The first is the barrier between the people here in schools, in housing and in our public services. The second is the barrier between the people, north and south, and they are not mutually exclusive. We can both reconcile our communities and reconcile the people of this island. Finally, Speaker, although the motion calls for the First and Deputy Minister to bring forward the required strategic framework, breaking down the barriers of segregation and sectarianism is every Minister's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank the member. That concludes the listed speakers. It's now my duty to call the Deputy First Minister to respond, and the Deputy First Minister will have 15 minutes allocated, but hopefully she'll understand if I have to apologetically interrupt for the start of question time at 2 p.m. I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll just try to speak very, very quickly. I'm grateful to be afforded the opportunity to respond to this motion brought by members. Firstly, may I offer my apologies for being late for the beginning of this debate and missing Ms Bradshaw's contribution. Unfortunately, we were at the North-South Ministerial Council and we did try to get up as quickly as we could, but unfortunately we were late. We should never underestimate or minimise the challenges involved in building a truly reconciled future. But I do want to start off on a positive note by recognising the incredible work that many, many thousands of organisations, people, workers, youth workers, churches, teachers, schools do in this area of building good relations. It really is incredible. I've had a huge privilege of getting out there and speaking to the many people who deliver these projects, sometimes on behalf of the Executive Office, on behalf of the peace programmes and other external funds, and a combination of funding from councils and departments. And it really is incredible. They're doing the work on the coal face, sometimes with the hardest to reach young people or communities, and really producing fabulous and fantastic results. So I want to recognise that, and I want to recognise how far we have come, and I'm going to get to some of the figures arising out of the key TBUC Together Build United community actions. This is an area that I am deeply passionate about. It's an area that I have worked in for many, many years. I had the great privilege as a special advisor of being the policy lead on good relations, and had a key role in terms of drafting and supporting the production of Together Build United Community. But in particular, working hand in hand with officials, working hand in hand with officials, we were able to create the signature projects which have now been rolled out. The TBUC strategy is currently under review, and we will be moving, of course, to develop that further. I'll give way.
Giving way. Minister, would you agree with me that whilst those programmes have been very effective, and my background is community development as well, so I do recognise that good work, that what this motion is about embedding good relations, shared future into all our government departments, not just a standalone programme within the Executive Office?
Absolutely, and TBUC is not a standalone project, and just to make that absolutely clear, for example, one of our signature projects was the removal of peace walls, which fell to DOJ, then an Alliance Minister. It was difficult, I have to say, to get the department to take it on at that time, but the point that I said, and I said this directly to the Minister at that time, was that good relations is not an Executive Office, and then OFM DFM. The Section 75 duty on each and every one of us, on all of the public bodies, it is not just a departmental matter. That Section 75(2) duty is a severable one, and it is a wide one, and it needs to be recognised by all of our public bodies. That said, look, division, poor relations, lack of acceptance and tolerance all bring cost to our society. They limit potential and hold us back from thriving as individuals and as a society. There are many issues, however, in this space where we do agree. We all want our children and young people to grow up safely and with an equal opportunity to achieve our full potential. We want them to be free to embrace and express their own culture, while also being respectful and tolerant of the culture of others. I am somebody who is deeply proud of who I am, and I always say, look, culture is not something I do. Culture is something that I am. In terms of going to the things that express my identity, enjoying the music and the traditions, learning about history and celebrating my identity. A sense of our identity and cultural aspects is something that enriches us as individuals, enriches our families and enriches our communities, and it should be something that is celebrated. And while I am somebody who is deeply proud and confident of who I am, and I want to share that cultural identity with others, I also recognise that I ought to and should and must give that respect to others. It doesn't take away from who I am and what my identity is, or what my heritage and history is, to give that respect to others. And likewise, I demand that respect from others as well. It was these agreed principles that formed the basis of Together Building a United Community strategy, also known as TBUC, which was published in May of 2013. It was significant, and is referenced by Sinead McLaughlin in her remarks, that from 1998 and the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, the institutions here had failed to produce a good relations strategy. It was very difficult to get consensus across the parties on that. And in 2007, on the restoration of the Assembly, there was a keenness from the ministers in the then OFM-DFM to get together and produce the first good relations strategy for Northern Ireland. What we had was the Shared Future strategy, and you will be aware that there were criticisms of that strategy. There was a sense, and I liked Mike Nesbitt's reference to the big human blender, that everything was thrown in and what would come out would be beige, that we would need to strip away who we are, what our identities were, hide them away in order to be able to get on. And Together Building a United Community marked a significant change in that, a sense of our celebration and respect for the celebration of those identities. I am deeply proud of what we were able to achieve. I'm very conscious of time, unfortunately. Question time's at 2 o'clock. I'm really proud of what Together Building a United Community has been able to achieve. And I'm not scared to say that I actually feel at times very, very emotional when I see the incredible benefit and change that has brought. 30,000 young people have taken part in more than 900 TBUC camps. And when you go out and you speak to those young people, and you look at the results of how many of those young people have been able to have those robust and enduring relationships beyond that programme, that is the legacy of TBUC. And there was reference made in some of the speeches to the photoshops and getting out there and sending a positive message and that not being good enough. Absolutely, it's not good enough, because what we want to do is deliver. And what TBUC has done has delivered. When I speak to young people about what I'm proudest of in politics, it is the work that I did in this area. It's the lives that have been changed through this programme, the relationships and greater understanding across divisions and across divides. I want us to get to the position where we no longer talk about friendships and relationships and understanding across the divide. We need to just talk about those friendships in Northern Ireland, where our differences are celebrated, that our differences can be a strength. It is not something to be intimidated by, but something to be absolutely celebrated and respected across all aspects, new and old, in terms of our cultural identities here. In terms of other achievements, we have 5 urban village areas that have been established, 2,500 shared homes, 27,000 participants that took part in the United Communities programme of sport and creative events. 7,800 young people have participated in United Youth programme. I could go on, but there was reference made, for example, to the Limavady Shared Education Campus. That wasn't a photo call about digging some ground. That was a celebration of what has been achieved. When I sat in that hall and I saw those young people so proud of who they are and their traditions, coming together and respecting each other, it was the very manifestation of what we need to do as an executive, and that is to deliver on building the brighter, united, shared future that I know that we can have, not about denying who we are, but in terms of the celebration through real actions, based on evidence, making a meaningful change in people's lives. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for that response, and indeed the timeliness of that response as well. Thank you for that. Members, this debate will resume after question time with Kate Nicholas speaking to Wind. Until then, please take your ease, and question time will begin shortly after a change at the top table.
Members, it is now question time, and I call Maurice Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, can I apologise for not being in the House prior to the Easter break for a question to the Principal Deputy Speaker and ask question number 1.
Minister.
Can call you with your permission, Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
High streets are at the heart of our society in more ways than one. They drive the economy, but they also create shared spaces where society thrives. The Task Force report was published in March 2022, and former junior ministers at that time paid tribute to the work done by the Task Force and welcomed the strategic narrative. The recommendations will be of interest to a number of government departments, and we will shortly write the executive colleagues inviting them to consider how they will take forward the findings of the report.
Call Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for that answer. In my own town of Coleraine, where we've lost Marks and Sparks to out-of-town shopping, we've lost our footfall by 14% since then. And I'm wondering, is there any plans for the High Street Task Force to try and reverse this trend from shops in the town centre to out-of-town shopping?
Junior Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Yes, listen, it's in terms of the high streets. We massively rely on local businesses, local footfall. We rely on people going into our high streets. In terms of the bigger companies, unfortunately, that's just where society is going. But of course, we want to support them. We absolutely want to see more people get into town centres. We want to see them shopping local. So, apologies. Yeah, so we absolutely encourage more people to go into town centres. Thank you.
Well, Nicola Brogan.
Could the Minister outline what support has been made to high street traders recently that were affected by severe flooding? Liddell.
Junior Minister.
Yeah, it was of course heartbreaking to see so many family businesses, people who have built up their trade over generations, lose so much after the recent floods. These small and medium-sized businesses are the lifeblood of our local town centres. And a number of steps have, however, been taken to help them overcome the impacts of the devastating floods. Under the Flood Damage Business Grant Scheme, 143 eligible businesses across 3 affected council areas were paid $7,500 each before the 15th of December, at a total cost of £1,072,500. On December the 21st, the Civil Service further announced details of financial support for businesses severely affected by the flooding, which will be targeted at assisting small and medium-sized businesses. The support will be linked to the actual costs incurred by businesses in relation to the replacement of damaged or destroyed equipment, refitting of flooded property and repair of damaged buildings. Subject to meeting relevant criteria, businesses will also receive 100% relief from non-domestic rates on flooded properties for the period between the 29th of October 23 and the 31st of March 24. The Department for the Economy, led by my colleague Conor Murphy, are in discussion with the local authorities over delivery of additional support up to $100,000 per business. So I urge any trader who believes that they may be eligible to check the criteria and submit an application.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Junior Minister, for your answer so far. Can I ask what budget exists for a High Street and Challenge Fund in line with recommendations 3 and 9 of the report? Thank you.
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. First of all, in terms of the report itself, we agree with the principles of the recommendations that were brought forward at the time. We firmly believe that high streets must be supported, but a more detailed consideration of how the task force recommendations and how we bring that forward, and any impacts since the report was published, such as the cost of living crisis, the budget reposition developments in place-based working, will be a matter for the executive to consider.
Mr.
Speaker, question 2.
The Deputy First Minister and I travelled to Washington DC for a series of St Patrick's Day engagements. We travelled from the 13th to the 17th of March. We represented the 4-party coalition of the Executive and its shared objectives as part of that engagement. This was our first international visit and an important opportunity to consolidate the strong relationship that our region enjoys with the US,
This relationship was crucial to our peace process and continues through today in terms of investment, knowledge sharing and support. And we continue to have access at the highest levels in the US, including a meeting with President Biden at the White House, to deliver a clear message that government here is back up and running, and it is vital that we seek every opportunity to attract investment, grow our economy and deliver for our citizens. Our visit focused on showcasing the local economy, our local economy as a compelling investment opportunity and highlighting the many benefits of doing business here. We were also able to deliver these messages at key events such as the Ireland Funds event, the Bureau Breakfast, the Special Envoys event, as well as having a roundtable discussion with the US Chamber of Commerce and business leaders. Events such as the Speaker of the House of Representatives luncheon, our fireside chat at Georgetown University. We had receptions hosted by both the British and Irish ambassadors to the US. That all gave us huge opportunities to further our engagements with some of the most influential decision makers, so they too can see the potential that we have to offer.
Ms. Plenary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the update. I welcome the very positive announcement of the huge investment of the in-kind donation from the US computer software company Alterax. I would ask the First Minister how confident she is that we can build upon this fantastic news, positive news for Northern Ireland.
First Minister.
Yeah, thank you. And we, as you've referenced, one of the companies that's chosen to invest here, which is really, really positive. And I can tell the House that the whole 4 to 5 days that we were there was hugely beneficial for us. There was huge goodwill. The chair of the TEO committee was there also, as was the Education Minister, the Economy Minister, the Speaker. And we took every platform open to us and every engagement open to us in terms of selling our wares, as I described it. But the investment potential that we have there, sometimes these things don't come overnight. I mean, it's inevitable that you have to build these relationships, both the diplomatic relationships, but also equally alongside that, these economic opportunities. And we were all on message in terms of saying that we are open for business, that we have a unique selling point in terms of dual market access, that we have a young workforce, that we have a happy population. Believe it or not, you wouldn't believe that sometimes when you hear the media headlines, but we had lots of really positive things to say. And given that we're such a small outward-looking economy, it's really, really important if we're going to fulfil our potential and reach our potential in terms of investing in the people that we serve, then we take these opportunities. And our key message the whole way through, this is about prosperity for our people. And I look forward to actually further engagements now to follow up on the linkages that we made, including a visit from Joe Kennedy, I think next week, which again was about furthering other opportunities and potentially having a future investment opportunity, and perhaps even a delegation again advising. And then there'll be further opportunities for us to go back again in terms of following up on some of these things.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, can the First Minister list any further investments that was secured as a result of our engagements in the US? We've heard of one. Are there others in the pipeline? Is it a strong pipeline?
First Minister.
Yes, I mean, I think that the opportunity that we had 6-7 weeks into a reformed executive gave us a huge opportunity, and I can tell you, as I said, the positivity was fantastic. And not just, I mean, obviously yes from investors, because we were there to say we were open for business, and I do believe that there will be a lot more that will come in the pipeline. And it didn't come just as a result of the visit a few weeks ago. That obviously furthered relations that were built, but we had the investment conference and the Joe Kennedy delegation previous to that. And all these things take, it is exactly a pipeline, it takes a bit of time to progress them. So I think that if, as I said, if we're going to fulfil our ambition for our people and to make us a more prosperous part of the world, then we have to follow through on these. And I'm actually quite positive in terms of what we can achieve. And I think it's important on the economic front. It was important in terms of diplomatic relations, but it was also important in terms of philanthropy and looking towards other funds that are there that actually want to help us to deliver the things that we want to deliver here, particularly given the financial outlook that we have in terms of the budget allocation that we have here. So I suspect that over the course of time we will see many more positive announcements. I know that both myself and the First Minister, our Deputy First Minister, are determined to continue this work, as is our Economic Minister, who is determined to work with Invest NI, Enterprise Ireland, Intertrade Ireland. Let's scope out massively all these opportunities that we have and make sure that we achieve better jobs, better paid jobs, more jobs for the people that we all serve.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the ministers for their answers thus far. With the ongoing genocide and slaughter of the Palestinian people, what representations did you make to the powers that be in the United States in relation to calling for a ceasefire and calling for humanitarian aid to the impoverished people and slaughtered people of genocide of Palestine?
First Minister.
Thanks to the member, and absolutely concur in terms of what's happening to the people of Palestine, and that genocide must end, and must end now. 6 months on, it is harrowing to watch the scenes. The people in that region need support. They need an urgent ceasefire, they need humanitarian aid, they need a political solution. And I personally took the opportunity on 2 occasions to say that directly to the President of the United States, because it's important that we know that the United States have been a firm friend in terms of the Irish peace process and helping us achieve everything that we achieved 25 years ago. And I just asked that that same approach be applied to the Middle East and in terms of trying to achieve an immediate ceasefire. So took 2 opportunities. It was a platform not to be missed on behalf of the people of Palestine, and to call for that immediate ceasefire, and I used every opportunity that I had to do that.
Alex Easton.
Question number 3.
First Minister.
With your permission, Junior Minister Riley is going to answer that question.
The Central Good Relations Fund is an annual merit-based programme designed to deliver and support projects in areas where there is a good relations need. Funding is awarded subject to a budget to those groups who score most highly in the assessment process. Welcome statements are used to identify particular thematic or geographic areas from which applications would be welcomed. In 23-24, we were able to fund projects across all council areas to the great benefit of communities and people who live here. Unfortunately, though, due to the challenging financial position of 23-24, difficult decisions had to be made, which included cuts to the Central Good Relations Fund. This resulted in many worthy projects being unable to secure funding through CGRF. We would like to commend the ongoing efforts of groups in the community and voluntary sector who work tirelessly to improve the lives of people here, especially when times are challenging. Central Good Relations Fund applications for 24-25 are currently under assessment, and that process will be completed before the end of April 24. Letters of offer will be issued to successful projects after a budget for the programme in 24-25 has been confirmed.
Mr. Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. How will the Department ensure that the Good Relations Fund will address the specific needs and challenges faced by marginalised communities, particularly women, who often bear the brunt of economic disparities and lack of resources?
Minister.
Well, just in terms of how the good relations is measured at a project level, impacts are measured by looking at challenges in knowledge, attitude and behaviour towards those from a different background from participation in good relations projects. It's also done through funded stakeholders project reports, which often detail case studies highlighting the personal impacts of good relations participation. And more broadly, independent evaluations are conducted to assess impact and inform future delivery. Officials do continue to work with key stakeholders to review and improve the evaluation process to fully capture the positive impacts of good relations work.
Can the Minister please provide an update on the delivery of the Together Building a United Community strategy at all?
Junior Minister.
Yes, go with Ball as Akeshtia. There has been significant progress in delivering the Together Building a United Community strategy since its implementation. Over 30,000 young people have taken part in 870 T-Buck camps. 5 urban villages areas have been established, and the target of building 10 shared neighbourhoods has been met. Over 27,000 participants took part in the Uniting Communities programme of sporting events and young leader training. Over 6,000 young people participated in the United Youth programme. The first shared education campus at Limavady is now operational, with work expected to commence soon on the Ballycastle Shared Education Campus. The Executive has also expressed its commitment for the Stroud campus in Omagh. Approximately 1/3 of interface barriers have been removed, with a further third reduced in stature. Work continues across other interface sites to secure the conditions needed for reduction or removal. And just in recent weeks, both Junior Minister Cameron and myself have been attending many events on good relations. We were in Derry, Newry, Ballymena, Newton Abbey and Belfast. And in all these engagements, which are connecting communities, are further evidence that the T-Buck strategy has facilitated meaningful progress and change at local level. And I want to commend the efforts of all the community and statutory partners involved in working to build a better future for all. I think I also want to acknowledge, just in terms of the community and voluntary sector, all the participants, all the volunteers, the staff, in terms of those programmes who really go out and do tremendous work and really make a difference to the people, not only who need the programmes, but actually benefit from them massively. I just want to commend all those for that.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker. Junior Minister, would you agree that notwithstanding all the good work and good relations you've mentioned, the Executive's decision not to put back the ring fence for integrated schools and to effectively collude with the UK Government in removing that funding from integrated schools damages the good relations agenda?
Minister.
Yeah, I think we're all aware, just in terms of when the Executive was restored just over 8 weeks ago now, we are in a very difficult budgetary situation. We know that we are underfunded. And as I said, the Executive has encountered a challenging budget position in 23-24 and difficult decisions had to be made. But to inform the decision-making process and how the budget was allocated, just to let the member know, an equality impact assessment was carried out. Initial feedback received from that EQIA public consultation was considered, and an allocation of £1.4 million was made to the Central Good Relations Fund. In addition to the EQIA, a children's rights impact assessment and a rural needs impact assessment was also undertaken. We do understand the impact that these reductions had on local communities and want to be clear that we remain fully supportive of good relations delivery moving forward.
Question 4 has been withdrawn. I call Orla Flynn.
I can call you Kesh Ever Akui. Question number 5, please.
First Minister.
We have spoken previously about our key priorities, including childcare, reducing hospital waiting lists, tackling violence against women and girls, special educational needs, Lough Neagh, housing, and developing a globally competitive economy. A considerable amount of other work is also underway. The Executive's most immediate priority remains the stabilisation of public finances. It is important to us that everyone in our society feels the benefits of the decisions that we make. Work is now moving at pace to develop a new programme for government, with plans for a fully agreed programme for government being placed for the summer. We will provide an update to the Assembly in due course, and of course the Assembly will also have an opportunity to discuss that also.
Ms. Gwynne.
Thanks very much. I thank the First Minister for her answer and also welcome the clear commitment that she had mentioned there in terms of improved childcare provision for families here in the North. Does the Minister agree with me that this provision it must be affordable for parents and for families, and that any solution in terms of childcare that we're looking at, it needs to be a bespoke solution that's going to suit every family, and the importance around the affordability?
First Minister.
Thank you for that supplementary. I mean, absolutely, and I think I'm really pleased to say that collectively the 4 parties around the Executive table have prioritised the issue of affordable childcare. And whilst we all might have slight differences in terms of a policy approach, work is underway to try to find that agreed way forward. And I know that, as the member reflected, childcare costs are just far too high, far too unaffordable, and places aren't available in many areas. And that's at a time whenever families are already so stretched, the cost of living crisis and all the additional costs that people are facing right now. So the provision of affordable and accessible childcare is key to ensuring that all of our young people get the very best start in life, and that will also obviously allow more people to participate in the workforce. So that's been a very consistent and clear message that both the Deputy First Minister and I have heard, and we've been out visiting different childcare settings, kinder kids, and at the Ashton Centre and in North Belfast Shankill Women's Centre, and we've said that, and we recognise absolutely, as does everybody, I believe, that investing in childcare is a long-term funding programme, and that's something that we need to commit to. So that's why we have taken the issue in terms of the financial situation directly to the Prime Minister in terms of the current financial package, because it does limit our ability to be able to do the things, as I said, that we want to do. However, I'm committed to working with the Education Minister. I can say that the Education Minister focused on this issue as well in the United States, which again, we're looking towards areas of good example and good practice and ways of doing things. But I think that any childcare strategy has to be something that provides high care, quality childcare, makes it affordable for parents, and provides sustainability for the workforce, which is a predominantly female workforce. And I think that's what families are looking towards this Executive, this new Executive, to do. And I hope that we can make this a real meaningful project that we actually deliver in this mandate.
Tim Allister.
Do victims' issues feature in the strategic priorities? And if so, why does the First Minister, though deploying weasel words about regretting all deaths, why does she refuse persistently by insulting IRA victims, by refusing to condemn provisional IRA murders, including those recently highlighted in the Canova report? Were those murders wrong?
First Minister.
As I said in the aftermath of the Canova report, and as I said on taking up the office of First Minister, I regret every single loss of life. I regret that people were born into this society where conflict was all around them. And I think our job as political leaders is actually try to help to heal the wounds of the past. Our job as political leaders is actually try to help to look towards the future and help families in terms of moving forward. Not to move on, but to move forward. That's the responsible and also the pragmatic and also the mature thing to do.
Colin McGrath.
Here that the programme for government that executive parties have been working on for over a year now will be published in the summer. But given that it will be required to be consulted upon, would the First Minister give a commitment that it will be published before the recess in summer to give people the opportunity over the summer to assess it?
First Minister.
Well, I can, just to confirm and maybe correct the record for the member, the executive is formed, I think, 9 or 10 weeks now. That's the official conversation we've been having around programme for government. I'm glad to say that work is continuing at pace in terms of trying to develop that programme for government. I'm more interested in getting it right. I'm more interested in making sure we've got a programme for government that reflects our priorities, as we have the 4 parties of the executive actually have identified. So what I've said is that we will be bringing this to the executive. We will have some discussion this week, but the intention is that we will have something formally in place for the summer of this year. And then we have to go through the consultation process and work through all the details of it. But let's get it right. Let's not be in a hurry. Let's make sure it's meaningful and impactful.
Call Kate Nicholl.
Mr. Speaker.
First Minister.
The provision of housing, including those granted refugee status, is the responsibility of the Housing Executive. Following the introduction of the Home Office's streamlined asylum process, the pace and volume of asylum decisions has increased significantly. Whilst we welcome work to reduce the backlog and facilitate the decision-making process, the increase in so-called move-ons, where people move out of Home Office accommodation to, for example, Housing Executive properties, continues to have a significant impact on services and support locally, including in terms of housing. TEO officials have a coordination role and engage regularly at regional and local level on this issue. A multi-agency move-on coordination group, which also includes members from TEO, the Housing Executive, the Departments of Education, Health, Communities, the Education Authority, continues to meet fortnightly so that they can coordinate the devolved response to that. We also engage through the Move-On Delivery Board, which is chaired by Home Office and is attended by TEO and Housing Executive officials, alongside a range of stakeholders from across the regions.
Call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer. Would you agree with me that whilst housing is a responsibility of the Housing Executive, integration is very much a responsibility of your department, and while the work within TEO is welcome, there are issues with the governance around this, and people are falling through the gaps, specifically children who have been in maze housing, then they get moved to different schools because they go into Housing Executive accommodation, then they finally get their final house, and it's incredibly disruptive, and it is impacting integration, and more needs to be done around this. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I concur with the issues which you've raised, and I think that's really, really important in terms of the governance, that we're actually listening to people that are going through this lived experience, especially also those people that are on the ground actually helping them every day. So I do welcome the work that's been done. I welcome the fact, but I also recognise there's more to be done, just to make that point. And whilst this isn't a devolved issue per se, there are issues that then fall to our responsibility, and we have to make sure we're doing the right things. Excuse me. So that's why I welcome the fact that we plan to bring a final refugee integration strategy to the Executive in the coming months, and work's been going on to align the draft strategy so to make sure that we enhance the support that's there for refugee and asylum seekers. And no doubt we'll want to talk about that more in the time ahead. But that also does include, as I said, the establishment of making sure that we have the right structures in place in terms of the governance. I mean, I welcome the fact that we now have more stakeholder engagement, more people able to bring the issues of concern that they have to the table, and then we discuss them and work out how we can lobby on them. So I think we should always have an open mind to, if something isn't right, trying to fix it. And that's the approach certainly that we'll take in TEO.
Ms. Sheeran.
First Minister, could you provide an update on the support for those people avoiding the war in Ukraine?
First Minister.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. We continue to play our part even in supporting Ukrainians fleeing war. We've had over 3,100 arrivals here so far, and more than £620,000 is being paid in immediate cash support just to help people get established. We have coordinated work across departments to support arrivals and facilitated payments of over £3 million to more than 900 individual homes, so those people that have actually opened their doors to help and be Ukraine's sponsors. We're also very mindful that some of our first arrivals under the Homes for Ukraine sponsorship scheme will be entering the final year of their current visa, and that was a worrying moment for people. So therefore we've welcomed the announcement made by Home Office back on the 19th of February that has confirmed the opportunity to apply for an extended Homes for Ukraine visa for a further 18 months for those that wish to remain. And as with all of these matters, given that the policy responsibility sits in London, we're going to continue to engage with the Home Office in London and the Department of Levelling Up on work to support Ukrainian arrivals.
I call Brian Kingston.
And to ask First Minister, what impact has the Illegal Migration Act 2023 had, and what engagement has the Executive Office had with the Home Office around it?
First Minister.
Given that it hasn't come into full effect yet, we're still working out the implications for here. So we have to continue with the Home Office as more of this becomes clear in terms of the legislation, what it means here in terms of our responsibilities and what falls to us. But certainly, even though the Act came into effect in July of last year, most of the clauses haven't been commenced yet, so I think we need to get more detail in terms of what it'll mean. But we do continue, as I said, to liaise with the Home Office on plans that they have to enact the remaining clauses, and then also what those implications are. And we have established a task and finish group which is chaired by TEO officials, which will actually take that piece of work forward.
Question 7 has been withdrawn. I call Donnelly Donnelly.
Question 8, please.
First Minister.
Ensuring that the needs of victims and survivors continue to be met in the most effective and appropriate manner remains a key priority for the Executive. The role of the Commissioner is critical in supporting this work through ensuring that victims and survivors have a strong and independent voice and contributing to the development of policies so that their longer-term needs are addressed. We are therefore keen that a new Commissioner is appointed as soon as possible, and our officials are continuing to progress the administrative preparations required for the recruitment competition to appoint the new Commissioner. The appointment process itself is regulated by the Commissioner for Public Appointments, and we estimate that the whole process will take approximately 6 months.
Mr. Donnelly.
The Minister has just answered my supplementary, so thank you, Minister. I appreciate it.
Linda Dillon.
And Corlia, thank you, and thank the Minister for her response so far. Can the Minister provide an update on when a new chair and board members will be appointed to the Victims and Survivors Board, please?
First Minister.
Yeah, the current board's second term ended on the 31st of March 2024, so this year just gone, along with one other board member. Officials are currently considering interim arrangements should the chair position be vacant for a period of time. A competition to fill these vacancies was launched on the 15th of January and closed applications on the 2nd of February. So although the VSS is not a regulated body under the Capani guidelines, the appointment process is being undertaken in the spirit of the Code. So it's hoped that the new chair members will be announced very shortly.
Harvey Harvey.
Speaker, question number 9, First Minister.
First Minister.
With your permission, then I'll answer number 9 and 10 together, if 10's not been removed. The Deputy First Minister and I travelled to Washington to represent the four-party executive and its shared objectives. The US represents enormous opportunities for us. It remains our largest and most important source of inward foreign direct investment. 260 US-owned businesses operate here, and they employ over 30,000 people, so that shows the potential that we have to build on there. Our decision to travel to the US at the earliest opportunity was to seek out investors and companies and to demonstrate that we are in fact open for business and committed to building stability and prosperity through investment. The Deputy First Minister and I had a very positive experience meeting business leaders from a wide range of sectors who were left with a very clear understanding as to why they should invest here. We used our engagements in Washington to deliver a clear message that we are an attractive investment opportunity for global companies because of our talented workforce, dual market access with the EU and innovative homegrown companies. We highlighted our strengths that we have, particularly in relation to sectors such as cybersecurity, regtech, fintech, advanced manufacturing and health sciences, with a young, skilled and dedicated workforce. And we also impressed upon President Biden that we appreciate the continued support, including the work taken forward by Special Envoy Joe Kennedy III. Over the coming months, we will continue to build on these connections that we've made in order to grow our economy for the betterment of our citizens.
We now move to topical questions. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, just earlier on, you said that a programme for government you hoped would be ready to be delivered at some point, possibly in the summer. There are a range of motions that have been debated, including many submitted by your party thus far since we returned, on making childcare affordable, ending violence against women and girls, making school uniforms more affordable, addressing workers' rights. Many of these were heavily publicised, placed on the order paper, and voted for here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask whether these commitments are actually going to be legislated on with financial commitments in a new programme for government?
First Minister.
Well, I thank the member who has just recently written to myself and the Deputy First Minister in terms of some of these issues. So I can, as I said earlier, confirm that we are working at pace through the programme for government. We want to get it right, and it will include the priorities that I have identified previously. You've just noted some of those. I think it's important that we deliver on what we say we're going to deliver, that we understand the financial context in which we're working in. So that's why I think that ideally, of course, we want to get to a point where we have a programme for government and a budget aligned and it's multi-year. That's, of course, where everybody would want to be. Unfortunately, we're dealing with the confines of the current Treasury rules, but who knows where that will be in the future. For now, the Executive's focus is around the programme for government, and of course it's the ownership of all of the collective executive parties, and it needs to reflect the shared priorities of the Executive, some of which you have, as I said, just referred to. But we are working on a draft document. It will have the list of priorities, and we will move at pace, and we will also be writing to the member as well to follow up on just the letter that he had previously sent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, First Minister. On a separate but related issue, just before recess, in a written statement that was not delivered orally to the Assembly, the Minister of Education appointed the serving Justice Department Perm Secretary to be Chief Executive of the Education Authority. He has confirmed to me in a written answer that there was no internal trawl. It would appear that this appointment did not follow the updated guidance outlined in the RHI inquiry. Can I ask whether the First Minister found new about this appointment beforehand, whether she supports it?
Thank you. Well, firstly, let me say neither myself or the Deputy First Minister had any role in the appointment process. It is a matter for HR and internal practices, and it's a matter for the Education Minister, so I encourage the member to direct his questions that way.
Liz Kimmins.
I want to welcome this morning's meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council, the first since 2021 in Armagh. I just wanted to ask, does the First Minister agree with me that the North-South Ministerial Council is a core component of the Good Friday Agreement?
First Minister.
Yes, thanks to the member for that. I mean, yes, it's a really important part of the jigsaw. So now that we have the Executive up and functioning, our Assembly's meeting, we're discussing the matters of the day. It's also important that we get all pieces of the jigsaw put back together, and that includes the North-South Ministerial Council. I'm very glad that we had our first meeting, the first meeting that we've had in 3 years. This morning, the meeting ran on because we actually had quite a lot to talk about. But I think our people are best served whenever all the institutions and all the apparatus of the Good Friday Agreement is working, and that includes on a North-South and an East-West basis also. So we've had our Executive restored North-South Ministerial Council meeting. We're going to have a British-Irish Council meeting in June also. So I think this morning was very much a positive statement in terms of all the areas of collaboration that we have. And we discussed, I'll not get into listing everything because I'll leave something out, but we discussed everything across from the infrastructure projects such as the A5, the Ulster Canal. We talked about how we're going to work together across health, education. We talked about childcare. We talked about quite a range of areas. And to me, on this 25th anniversary of the establishment of North-South bodies, this is a good opportunity for a refresh in terms of all those areas of collaboration.
Ms Kimmins.
And I thank the First Minister for her answer. So based on that, can the First Minister give her assessment of the huge potential then coming out of today's meeting and what progress we may see then in the time ahead?
First Minister.
Kind of stole your thunder, nearly moving on to that. But yes, it was a good meeting. It was a productive meeting. It's good to get it back in place. It's an important part of the Good Friday Agreement, and really the whole focus of it is around delivery, around the key projects and the key areas that we have identified, as I said, across health, education, the economy. All ministers are now going to go off into their sectoral formats and will meet across their specific area of interest. But I really look forward to making progress, and as we work collectively through the institutions, I think we can do good things in terms of building the better future for the people who live across this island, particularly around these areas of collaboration and where we can work in partnership.
Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the First Minister for an update on the legislation for an inquiry into mother and baby homes.
Minister.
Thank you for that question, and we're continuing to work our way through this. We're going to be bringing our legislative programme to the Executive in the coming weeks. This will obviously be one of the areas that falls under the remit of my department, and I am certainly determined that we get the legislation over the line as quickly as possible, because these people have waited for far too long, and we don't want there to be any delays in terms of us being able to get to the point where we have the legislation to bring for debate. I hope that we can do that and do it well. I personally am meeting some of the mother and baby homes, people who've been advocates for all of this change that has been happening over the last number of years, and all the rightful recognition of the wrong that was caused to them. And I just want to give them our assurances that we're going to bring this forward as quickly as possible.
I call Eastwood.
I thank the First Minister for a response, and I would just be anxious and keen to ensure that the inquiry includes protection for burial sites, which is especially urgent given concerns around the ongoing work at Milltown Cemetery, which is potentially causing damage to the resting place of thousands, including, according to Amnesty International, potentially hundreds of babies from mother and baby homes.
First Minister.
I concur with that point. This is such a sensitive issue. Decades people have been waiting to get recognition of what happened. Thankfully we've made some progress, but we certainly have more to do. But I absolutely take on board the point that you make in terms of making sure that we are protecting burial places.
Question 4 is withdrawn. I'll call Alan Chambers.
My question is along the same lines as Ms Kimmon's question, and it's to ask the First Minister for her assessment of the economic value of the meeting earlier today of the North-South Ministerial Council.
First Minister.
Yeah, thank you for that, and congratulations on your elevation to the policing board. I believe that was announced earlier today. So yeah, economic value, absolutely. I mean, we live on a small island. We had both the economy and enterprise ministers across both jurisdictions talking today about the opportunities that there are in terms of growing the all-island economy, in terms of growing the economies across our islands. And I think there are huge opportunities for us here to work collaboratively in going forward. I know that the Economy Minister referenced today that there are opportunities for Invest NI to work with Enterprise Ireland, to work with Intertrade Ireland, and that they can look towards joint missions in terms of, again, looking towards that economic opportunity to create better prosperity. So I think there's huge actual opportunities for us, and I'm glad that we were able to discuss that at the North-South Ministerial Council this morning.
Mr Chambers.
Thank you, Minister, for that. And given the renewed cooperation on East-West issues, is the Minister confident that Northern Ireland's economy will benefit from these opportunities for dialogue regarding East-West and North-South trade?
First Minister.
Yes, dialogue is the key to making everything work. So I think that the more conversations we can have, the more joined up we can be, particularly across these two islands. I think that will be to the mutual beneficial of all the people that we collectively serve. Prosperity, prosperity, prosperity is what we all should be focused on. We had a conversation earlier about shared societies, about building shared communities. Let's lift everybody up. That will bring everybody up, and that will actually create a better shared space for us all. So I think that there are huge opportunities for the time ahead, and I hope that we all have the political will in which to grasp them. I think that certainly was evident this morning.
Deborah Erskine.
Minister for answers so far. I note that the First and Deputy First Minister, along with the DAERA Minister, visited Lough Neagh recently, and at the Committee for Infrastructure we heard from the NI Water CEO. He said that overspills are contributing to the issues at Lough Neagh. So what will the First Minister do at the executive table to ensure these overspills are addressed?
First Minister.
Thank you for that question, and as the member knows now, the Executive has said that Lough Neagh is one of our priorities, and we also know that unfortunately, there's no quick fix. There's going to need to be investment, there's going to need to be short, medium and longer term plans. But the fact that myself and the Deputy First Minister and the DAERA Minister went out onto site to meet with the Loughnane Partnership last week was to demonstrate the Executive's commitment to taking on the collective problems that we have, because this will not fall to one department in this Executive. This will fall to many departments, whether that's wastewater infrastructure, in terms of agriculture runoff, in terms of the zebra mussel issue, the blue-green algae, which is a European problem, probably a worldwide problem, but specifically not just a Loughnane problem. So I hope that that gives some assurances that whilst we move towards the plans of which the DAERA Minister will be bringing some to the Executive around environmental improvement plans, a Loughnane specific plan, but that will be for him to talk about in his own right. But just to say, that's the kind of volume of work that we are undertaking. And actually further to that, at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting this morning, both myself and the Deputy First Minister had a conversation previous to the meeting and then brought it into the meeting around the need to share innovation, research and experience around what's happening in Loughnane, and there was an agreement to advance that piece of work. So perhaps there'll be something very good that will come from that in terms of so identifying the problems, the research, innovation and just that sharing of knowledge. I think is going to be crucially important.
Ms. Erskine.
Thank you to the First Minister. Protection of our waterways is obviously key in terms of Loughnane, but overspills is an issue in waterways across Northern Ireland, for example, Lough Erne, River Blackwater. Will you be ensuring that protection of our waterways will be key in programme for government?
First Minister.
Yes, I've said that we will prioritise Loughnane, but I think that there are individual responsibilities that will fall to each of all of our other executive colleagues around the executive table. So let them bring their expertise and their skill set and their executive papers, but we'll not be found wanting in terms of supporting us all doing whatever we can to arrest the situation that is currently faced. The report's been published. We know what the challenges are. The big challenge for us is going to be how do we turn that around? How do we fix the problem given the financial constraints that we're under? That's why the financial argument is still crucially the number one important argument for us.
Call Robbie Butler.
Speaker, I'd just like to take the opportunity to say well done to the First and Deputy First Minister in terms of the start that they've made to their tenure in the Executive Office. But I would like to ask the First Minister what steps the Executive Office have taken to ensure pre-emptive and proactive scrutiny of all EU legislation and will be done in a timely manner.
First Minister.
Well, as the member knows, we now have a committee established which is going to have a remit of scrutinising all of this work. Comes to ourselves first, we have a decision to make, and then it can come to the floor of the House. So this is a new arrangement for us all, and I think we're working our way through it. We've had 2 such debates in this Assembly chamber so far, but I think it's important that we work our way through these as they come, but we don't want to tie ourselves up constantly on these issues. But clearly where there are issues of significance or that we want to discuss, then we have the forum now, we should take it to discuss them.
Mr. Butler.
Thank the First Minister for her answer. Would the Executive Office be working to minimise further divergence with regard to UK-wide legislation as a methodology?
Minister.
Look, I think it's important that we work our way through this in a pragmatic sense, that we take into account the needs of business. If Brexit's going to tell us anything, it is that if we don't listen to the needs of those people in industry who are challenged every day by the implications of the outworking of all of that, then we're not learning lessons. So I would like to think that we can take a very pragmatic approach about how we move forward. Will we always agree? That's yet to be tested, but sure, let's work our way through it, and let's do it with the intention of trying to do the right thing by the business community that we're all trying to help to prosper, to grow, because ultimately that helps our whole economy prosper and our people prosper.
Tom Elliott.
Speaker, and the First Minister did mention about the Ulster Canal being on the agenda today. Wonder, could you give us an update on that, please?
Minister.
Yeah, just to say that obviously the member will have a keen interest in this given his proximity to it, but yes, it was raised again today in terms of how we're going to make progress, but there'll be a fuller report to the Assembly Chamber in terms of the outworking of what we did today. Today's meeting was about taking a stock of where we've got to and then what the imminent plans are, but there will be further sectoral meetings to get into the in-depth detail around the next stage of the Ulster Canal, but there was huge enthusiasm in terms of making sure that we fulfil the commitments that have previously been made and that we advance the project and move on to the next stage.
Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, and thank the First Minister for that. There is a slight problem in a community facility in the area where it's going very close to it, and it may requires removal. Is there any discussions available still around the slight movement of it?
Minister.
So that wasn't discussed today, but I'm happy to ensure that you get a written response if that's been raised, but perhaps you might want to write to the office just to highlight whatever the challenge is, and I'm happy to get us to look at that.
That concludes topical questions to the First Minister. We now move to the Education Minister, and the first question is Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I fully recognise the educational value inherent in children visiting Parliament buildings with their schools, unfortunately neither my department nor the Education Authority, as funding authority for schools, provides specific additional schools funding for travel or lodgings for extracurricular activities. So if a school wished to bring its pupils to Parliament buildings, it is a matter for the school to organise and to fund this itself, either through its delegated budget or possibly fundraising events and or indeed parental contributions. I know the member will appreciate that the education sector continues to face extensive unavoidable cost pressures and rising service demands associated with delivering my department's statutory and policy obligations. As such, that my priority will be to provide stability and take every action possible to protect education funding and those frontline services within my department's statutory remit.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, in light of the budgetary challenges associated with travel for many schools, including those in my constituency, can I ask the Minister how his department ensures fair access for schools, not only to this building, but, as he said, to other extra-curricular activities, particularly for schools in rural or economically disadvantaged areas of Northern Ireland, and those who can't, regrettably, raise large amounts of money through parental and other fundraising activities?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, there are various means by which funding can be raised, and I referenced that in my original response to the member. The general funding is administered through the common funding formula, and again, that is something which is touched upon in the independent review of education. That review that had been in place hasn't been taken forward. However, it is one of the areas that, when I consider a report from my department into the independent review of education, where it touches upon the funding towards schools through that funding scheme, I will look at. But the member rightly raises the financial pressures on schools. I want more funding to be attributed per pupil to each individual school. That is something that I'm putting forward as part of our bid. That way then we can get more schools in a surplus scenario where they could fund visits to this place. And I would encourage schools, Mr. Speaker, to come to this place to learn about it. I first visited this school, or this place, when I was at school. It was the then late members Billy Bell, Ivan Davis, and indeed you, Mr. Speaker, who were here at the time, and that's where I got a taste of wanting to be involved in frontline politics in this Assembly. So I certainly encourage educational visits. We in this Assembly have an excellent service that provides a lot of support for schools that visit, and I certainly would commend schools to come here.
I call Deborah.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. The Minister mentioned about parental contributions, and obviously we do have a cost of living crisis, and it is difficult for families at the minute. So where does the Minister stand on certain schools, some schools asking for voluntary contributions from parents?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under current legislation, voluntary contributions, they are a matter for boards of governors of schools, and while the collection of voluntary contributions is permissible, any request in making that needs to make clear there's no obligation to contribute, and any registered pupil at the school should be treated no differently according to whether or not their parents or guardians have made a contribution. So it is permissible, but obviously there are certain parameters by which making such a request needs to be complied with.
Justin McNulty.
Robert Concorda, thank the Minister for his answers thus far. In relation to funding for schools, does the Minister agree with me that the Suspending School Enhancement Programme works at St Mary's Bar, after £350,000 has already been spent, will be a waste of his department's limited financial resources, and will he agree to meet with me and the St Mary's School leadership to discuss the progress of this much needed project?
I'm not sure that that's on the topic, but I'll ask him.
The Assembly wants to pay for school enhancement projects as part of its visitation programme, that would be welcome. I doubt it would go too far, mind you. The member raises an important issue around capital funding, and on day one of this Assembly I made a ministerial statement around the need for increased expenditure in our capital programme. So those enhanced programmes often are smaller than your major capitals. They should be supported. That's why I've put forward a bid as part of my budgetary process of well over £500 million to fund capital schemes. That is currently a live discussion that the Executive will need to consider as part of the budgetary process.
Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call Ms Carolyn Killian.
Question number 3.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Education Authority does not conduct the formal assessments of autism and or ADHD. Assessments for autism or ADHD is only conducted by a specific group of healthcare professionals. Those are, for example, paediatricians or child psychologists. So therefore, this issue is a matter ultimately for the Department of Health.
Mr Killian.
I would just ask the Minister to just reconsider that, even with his colleague, Minister Swan, because there's a multidisciplinary team that is there to do this, and for a child not to be able to express themselves in their first language is putting them at a further disadvantage. So I'd ask that that would be reconsidered.
Minister.
And the member, of course, raises an important point. This is related to education, so whilst the formal assessment isn't carried out by EA or my department, it links in with health, and it's important that we work together on this, and I want to assure the member that we do. Particularly in respect of children in the Irish medium sector, where possible, the EA does attempt to provide educational psychologists with experience in the Irish language or bilingualism. And we're also, just to assure the member, engaging with Synergy and the Irish medium education sector to ensure that specific needs of this sector are considered as part of the end-to-end review of special educational needs.
Peter McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response on this matter. Given the barriers many children face in obtaining an ADHD diagnosis or statement, would your department consider investigating the introduction of ADHD awareness training for teachers and support staff?
Minister.
Again, happy to look at the broader issue that the members raised around autism training right across the sector. It's an important issue for people to be aware of, and I've no problem in saying to the member it's something that should be considered.
Jerry Carl. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Special schools are funded directly through the Education Authority block grant, with all staffing costs, including that of sickness and maternity absence, school rates and maintenance costs being met directly by the Education Authority. However, my officials have been working closely with St Gerard's School and support services and the wider network of special schools to ensure, where possible, additional funding is provided to enable additional supports at a school for the emergent presenting needs of pupils and their families. And in response to emergent needs at St Gerard's, a second non-teaching vice principal post has been approved in March of this year, and a recruitment exercise is underway. During the 2023-24 financial year, St Gerard's received £312,000 in Article 60 funding, alongside additional funding totalling £75,000 across extended schools, home to school link, SEND framework implementation funding and summer provisions.
Mr Carl.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. It's a great school. I declare an interest of a family member who works there, and the parents of children whose kids go to St George can't speak highly enough of it, but it's criminally under-resourced, bursting at the seams, and people are literally queuing to send their children there. So welcome news on the extra post, Minister, but can you give a precise figure when there will be an increased funding so St George can do what it does best?
Minister.
Well, I'll certainly echo the remarks made by the member in terms of the excellence provided by the school. I'll not share the same language around criminally underfunded. I think there is underfunding, certainly within the the sector, and that's something that when it comes to prioritising support for children that require additional needs provision, that I certainly will be prioritising and have done as part of my budget process. So I've indicated to the member around the additional post within the school, some of the funding that has been made available, and obviously the member will be aware that a business case for a new school was recently approved by the Department of Finance, but obviously that is subject to the various different stages that we need to go through and capital funding being made available.
Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Case Ever Coog, question number 5.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Gael School in Eel is fully designed with planning approval, and an integrated supply team is in contract. Therefore, subject to the availability of additional capital budget, the project is ready to move on site. Unfortunately, as referred to in my statement to the Assembly on the 12th of February, substantial additional and sustained capital budget is urgently required before Gael School in Eel and other similar projects can be permitted to proceed to the construction stage. I have made the case for additional and sustained capital investment in our education infrastructure and have brought forward bids to the Executive for in excess £543 million of capital funding for education in the 2024-25 year, and should capital funding become available, projects will then be reviewed and prioritised for delivery.
And can I welcome the work that has been done so far by the departmental officials? They have really worked very hard on this project, and the school are very highly praising of them. But can I get a commitment from the Minister, should you get any capital, that Gael School in Eel, given that it is in contract, is an absolute priority to be moved on, because obviously there will be serious implications if it isn't?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the member is aware of how advanced the project is. We haven't entered into a formal contract with a company to actually build, but it is at that very late stage now in terms of being shovel ready, subject to capital funding becoming available. So I can't obviously commit to funding something until I know what my funding envelope is going to be, and that is part of the budgetary process. And this school is at a very much advanced stage, but until I know what capital is available to the department, I'm not able to give that absolute commitment at this stage.
Maurice Bradley.
Can I ask the Minister, due to the condition of the school estate and due to the rising cost of new buildings, should the department not prioritise maintenance and minor projects first?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member raises an important point, that obviously we want to have major capital developments, but we also want to have those enhanced programmes, but then there is maintenance that needs to be carried out within our school estate. So there's a whole range of areas that I would want to see capital funding allocated to, but there is a limited capital budget, and it's essential that I take forward a balanced programme of investment across all of the different programme streams. That includes new build majors through to planned essential maintenance of the current estate, and I also want to take forward a targeted curriculum-based programme in the future, such as those around sports provisions.
Kate Nicholl. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children with a statement of special educational needs follow a different process for securing a school placement other than the general admissions process, one which seeks to ensure their needs, as outlined in their statement, are met. Each child is individually placed. Children are referred for a SEND statement and review throughout the year, which means that there is a continual flow of children entering the process. This makes alignment with the general admissions process difficult. Access to appropriate school placements for children with SEND has been the subject of much discussion in recent weeks. The demand for specialist education provision has increased significantly over the last number of years, and the system has struggled to keep pace with the rising demand. In the last 3 academic years, the Education Authority has created 140 additional classes for special schools and 203 new specialist provision classes in mainstream schools known as SPIMS. The position for this September is extremely challenging. Based on the Education Authority's latest planning assumptions, more than 1,000 additional specialist education places are needed by September of this year. My immediate priority is to increase the capacity across the education system to ensure sufficient appropriate places for children with SEN for September 2024, and the EA is working in collaboration with stakeholders and schools where it knows there are acute pressures to create additional places in both special schools and through SPIMS. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. You outlined the role of the statement in this process. Does the Minister share my concern that in the past 12 months, of the 138 staff who work in that element, the statementing element within the EA, 3,042 days of sick leave have been taken? And what more can the Department do to ensure that the resource in terms of officials dealing with statementing is up to scratch? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I am concerned at the level of sick leave in this area, and there's a number of factors that are leading to obviously delays around educational statements, psychologists, the lack of the availability of workforce in this area. That's why there is a very considerable review that has taken place when it comes to SEN, of which there are multiple different work streams. There's no one single issue is going to turn this around. But it's vital that we always remember at the heart of all of this is a child, and making sure that they get the right support by the right people at the right time. The system is failing to deliver on that. That is something that I have inherited, but that I now have a responsibility with the Education Authority to address. And I know it's an area that the member has an interest in, as does the Education Committee, and pulling in the same direction on this will be important for us to get the kind of transformation that we need, because there is a fundamental transformation in SEN that is required, so that we don't year on year have this same problem, which we are going to have this year. We need to deal with the pressures that we have, and then we need to get upstream so that we are much more advanced in our planning, that we're not dealing with a crisis management type scenario which has happened last year and is happening again this year.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer, and thank the member for asking such a good question. The key word in this question is appropriate places for our pupils. What work would the Minister and his department be doing to ensure that those children who do receive placements are in the appropriate school, whether it is special school or SPIM?
Well, the member raises that question around getting the appropriate place, and there have been occasions where a placement has been accepted in a school, and then it transpires that that isn't working out to the benefit of the child, or indeed the family or the guardians responsible, and then you need to look at trying to make changes. So that presents real difficulty whenever a placement doesn't work out. But there is an ongoing process in terms of selecting the right school for children, and that is a process where the Education Authority engage with the family, they engage with the relevant school, and they try and make sure that the appropriate support is in place. And there are examples of excellent support and children being given the best possible opportunity, but there are examples where it hasn't worked, and that is something that we need to try and avoid in the future.
Danny Baker.
For the Minister, can the Minister confirm if all schools have been contacted in regard to establishing specialist provisions for the 24-25 academic year, and if not, why not?
It's an interesting question, because on some of the schools that I've visited, they've indicated to me a willingness to provide additional capacity for children that they could accommodate, and I have had to proactively connect the EA to those schools. So we have been appealing for schools to come forward. Some schools do come forward, and then they haven't felt fully engaged in the process, and I just think that's wrong. If a school wants to provide support, then it's incumbent upon the Education Authority to identify can that be achieved and delivered, because there is real challenges whenever it comes to capacity. What is also important is that whenever a school provides that place, that they then get the support throughout that child's placement in a school. And there's also examples where principals have indicated to me they've accepted a place and then they haven't felt supported, and that therefore has created a bad outcome for the school but also for the child.
Alan McGrath.
Given that we've heard in the response from the Minister about early planning, about engagement, about new places and additional funds, and this has all been done before, and yet every year we face the same problems, is the Minister satisfied that there's going to be something different done between now and September so that we won't see the same outcome this year?
Minister.
Well, one of the steps that was taken before I came into office was to have a dedicated senior employee within EA proactively managing this, and then also the department has a steering group that's headed up at a very senior level, so that we identify how many places are needed and then proactively are seeking to place children. This requires, though, greater collaboration with the Department of Health, for example. So the stage at which the Education Authority are cited on children that will have additional needs needs to be much earlier than 2 years and 9 months. It needs to be whenever a health worker has identified in those first months of a child's life, which they do, and support is put into place. But then the connection in terms of sharing that data between Department of Health, Education Authority and then planning seems to be a challenge, and that's something that needs to be addressed so that we get further upstream, as I talked about earlier.
The Minister will be aware that often in some schools the numbers of those with special educational needs are not included in the numbers of attendees at the school, therefore giving a false impression of the capacity and the spaces available at that school. Does the Minister have any plans to review that policy?
Obviously, whenever you're building a new school, for example, we have looked in the past at what is the enrolment in that school, and that hasn't included the number of children that attend that have a statement of educational need. That to me just doesn't make sense. You're building a new school, but then children with additional needs are regarded as supernumerary, a word that I'm not particularly comfortable with. But a school has to accommodate children with those additional needs, so therefore it should be part of the planning assumptions whenever you are considering development proposals, considering new bills. So that is something that I think the member rightly raises, which I'm looking at.
Melissa McHugh.
Shocked. Question 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The largest programme of work in the area and anywhere in Northern Ireland is the Ministerial Shared Education Campus in Omagh. With an estimated capital value in the region of £400 million, the campus will provide a state-of-the-art shared centre of learning. It will bring together 6 schools from across the Omagh community and incorporate grammar, non-selective and special school provision. Over 4,000 children and young people from all backgrounds will be educated on the campus, and I'm pleased that the Executive has confirmed its support for the programme with £150 million of ring-fenced funding for the programme committed over the next 3 years. In terms of other capital works in the area, major works at Gale School, Dara, forgive me for, I'm sure, mispronouncing that, it's in Strabane. It's currently on site and due to complete in June of this year. St Catherine's Primary School, Strabane, has an approved business case and is at concept design stages, and Dean McGurk College in Carrickmore, it was paused in 2023 and it remains so. Drumragh Integrated College Omagh is currently in design stage. St Mary's Primary School and Clocker and Strabane Primary School are progressing in design and business case stages respectively under the school enhancement programmes.
Mr McHugh.
Thank you for your answer to this point. Gale School of the Hardy and Tanya Mataya, Gale School of the Hardy is the name of son that school. But in addition, in Strabane we have Knockavoe Special School that has a capacity problem at the present time. Could you outline, Minister, please, just what support has been given to Knockavoe to address that problem by the Education Authority?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the correction on Gale School at Drogheda. Hopefully that's better. In terms of the specific school that the member raises around capacity, I'm more than happy to follow up in writing to give the member a detailed response to that question.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Speaker, you'll be surprised to know that I'm not actually interested in West Tyrone, but more so actually how the Minister plans to prioritise all of the capital projects within his portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think South Antrim is a particular interest to the member. In terms of the prioritisation, at this time, major capital funding has been available to meet inescapable pressures only. That's for the Department to continue to meet contractual obligations where construction had commenced and to continue to honour the integrated consultant team contracts with regard to the design phase of those works. There are a number of projects which are in the position of being fully designed and are awaiting integrated supply team procurements. However, due to funding having not been permitted, these have not progressed at this stage. Should, however, additional capital funding be made available, all projects will then be reviewed and they will be prioritised to allow progression to be made.
Nick Matheson.
Speaker, we're all aware of the impact of the removal of the ring fencing from the Fresh Start funding, so I'd be grateful if the Minister could confirm what consideration he undertook of options available to him to restore that ring fencing around the £150 million Fresh Start funding pot to allow those new build and other projects for integrated schools to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An issue that I've spoken about before in terms of that Fresh Start monies, and I proactively engaged with the Secretary of State, who unfortunately didn't provide a positive response around that. But what I was able to do as Minister was to move all of the schemes, with the exception of Struel, given the quantum of funding that was needed, into my conventional capital programme. And that provides reassurance for those schools that they will continue to be taken forward as part of my major capital conventional schemes. What the Executive then was able to do, because Struel was the one outstanding significant project as part of that Fresh Start monies, was to provide that ring-fenced funding of £150 million. That will allow, subject to the full business case proceeding, that will allow the project to commence. Obviously, there will be further monies that will be needed to deliver on Struel, but all of those schemes in Fresh Start either have been moved into my conventional programme or, in the example of Struel, has now been given executive priority.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker, question 8.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The approval of the planning application for the Bangor Central Integrated Primary School project on the 5th of March of 2024 is a major milestone on the road to delivery of this project. It marks the completion of the planning and design stages. As with the other former Fresh Start projects, which have now transferred into my department's major capital works programme, Bangor Central will progress to construction in line with conventional budget availability in the same manner as all other major capital works projects taken forward by my department, and I have submitted high priority bids for each of these projects to the Department of Finance as part of the budget process, and I do ask that every party at the Executive would support those bids.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I do appreciate that you appreciate the disappointment felt by the parents and pupils and staff that funding for a new build was drawn at such an advanced stage of the planned project. Given the hugely inadequate and aged campus that does not meet their current or future needs, can the Minister offer any hope, given the budgetary pressures on his department, for a timely and positive outcome?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, of course, want to advance a major capital programme across the school estate, not just for Bangor Central Integrated, but for all of those schools. And there are over 100 major capital programmes that had been announced back in 2010. 35 of them are completed, 9 of them are currently in that contractual committed zone, but that gives you a quantum of well over 50 schemes that are not currently funded, as well as all of the other capital projects that we need to take forward. That's why, as we consider the outworkings of the budget and the agreement subsequently of the Executive of the budget paper that will come forward from the Finance Minister, education should be given a priority, because every member within these parties have been raising various different capital projects within their constituencies. There will be opportunity to prove how people are genuinely committed to funding education whenever we're agreeing a budget.
give an assurance that he will continue to press the UK Government on the need for increased funding, including for schools such as Bangor Central Integrated Primary School and Prairie Integrated College in Holywood, both in my constituency?
Mr Speaker, I can, and I know the member for North Down, Mr Dunn, has pressed me on this vociferously around the need for capital investment for these schools, and I have already engaged with the UK Government, but the Executive collectively continues to raise the issue of funding being needed from the Treasury on a needs-based approach, and they are yet to provide the proper baseline based upon independent fiscal reports around that financial framework in terms of the appropriate funding. So we continue to press the UK Government in respect of that matter. Further resources that become available to the Executive can subsequently be allocated to different departments, of which I want education to be prioritised, and that will allow these schools and others to make more progress.
We now move to topical questions. Question 1 has been withdrawn. I call Ms Carolyn Cullinan.
It's just an expansion of the question that I asked the Minister previously in relation to what the EA can do for assessing children with ADHD and or autism and or who children are on an individual education plan through the medium of Irish. Can you just undertake to do a review of the resources, particularly in North Belfast?
Thank you. The benefit of being drawn in a question and then having a topical to follow up to continue to tease the issue out. So again, I am aware of the specific challenges in the Irish medium education sector around SEN provision and what support and resources are currently available and what further is needed. That's why we are working with Synergy. We are looking at it as part of the end-to-end review in terms of identifying what support specifically in that area for children can be provided. And we also are working with the EA in terms of what training to all schools through its SEN pupil support services and psychology service has established in terms of a working group, so that best practice in the immersion of education and bilingualism can be embedded.
Gillian.
I appreciate the Minister's response and the fact that he's working with Corleon na Gael Scoileachta in terms of the end-to-end review. I would just ask that even from my experience in my constituency office, there is a lot of concern being raised by parents and guardians about the delays. These delays are appreciated across the board, but if you could even just update me by writing what the current status is of that end-to-end review with Synergy. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, I'm happy to follow up with the member in more detail in terms of this area, but just to add a little bit more information, some of the areas that we're working on in terms of the provision of the Irish medium, the Middletown Centre for Autism, for example, provides workforce training, online resources and different sessions also for parents in this area. So I am aware of the issue. It transcends both education and health, where there are different statutory responsibilities. But I get that from the person that needs the assistance, they don't differentiate between education and health. They expect to get the support when they need it. And I'm alert to those issues and will follow up in writing with
Cathal
Corleon. Minister, due to staff shortages, there has been a number of class closures in special schools across my constituency, impacting the most vulnerable children and young people. Can the Minister outline to me the steps the Department has taken to address class closures of children with SEN across special schools in Newry and Armagh?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, not unique to Newry and Armagh, but obviously it's an issue for all of our constituencies in terms of having the appropriate workforce that is available, and that's a challenge. It's a challenge in terms of the terms and conditions that the staff are operating to, attracting people into the workforce whenever we have a private sector which is growing, that are offering much better terms and conditions, and we're competing with the private sector, and we're also competing particularly in border communities with the Republic of Ireland, and in terms of what people are being offered to work in the south. So those things are a challenge for us. There's no simple answer that is going to enhance the workforce that is available, but it is an issue that we recognise we need to provide more support, and there's more work to do in making sure that there's the appropriate workforce to meet the needs which are continuing to grow.
Mr Boyle.
Thank you, Concordia. And I appreciate the Minister's answer, but the children come first, Minister. You will agree with that. Just in relation to that, have you any contingency plans to try and address the matter?
Minister. Well, obviously, I'm wanting to retain people in the workforce. That is part of the business case in terms of the pay and grading review for support staff, and that includes your classroom assistants and the other people in the workforce, and that's something that I want to see taken forward, and that will assist in trying to retain, but then we also need to identify what are the issues that we need to address so that more people will come in to the workforce.
Speaker, can I ask Minister, I'm sure you're aware, or you'll be very aware of the financial constraints many schools find themselves in. So would you accept that there's occasions in which many of those schools could more easily and cost effectively procure goods and services than actually can be done through the process within the EA?
It is an issue that principals have raised with me in terms of particularly small amounts of monies that are needed for projects in a school, that they're having to go through an EA procurement system, which is meant to actually deliver savings because of the economy of scale that can be delivered by doing this through EA. But obviously the outworking of that, for some schools, they're saying that they could do it more efficiently and more cost effectively. So that's something that I think we need to be looking at, but I'm also alert to the various different legislation which pertains to procurement law.
Well, and given those regulations in terms of procurement, will you maybe look at some other ways we could undertake to examine how schools could find themselves maybe in a more favourable position than currently, to allow them, give them that greater flexibility to actually save money?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is an area that I am going to have officials look into in terms of procurement, and is there a level, albeit at a small level of expenditure, that schools can manage themselves without it having to go through EA? That's something that I'm open to, because if it can be more cost effective and delivered in a more timely fashion, then that's something that we should be considering in light of the various parameters by which procurement law pertains in this area.
Carl.
Can you outline whether you've submitted a bid to either the Finance Minister or the Executive to release the funds for a pay and grading review for education workers?
Mr. Speaker, yes, there was a business case submitted to the Department of Finance. The Education Authority had provided information to the Department of Education. That business case had been sent on to the Department of Finance. However, EA subsequently contacted us to say that information wasn't correct, and that delayed then the process, but my department worked at pace with the EA in order to get accurate information. That allowed a business case to be presented to the Department of Education, which my department subsequently sent to the Department of Finance for their consideration.
Mr. Carl.
Thank you. I would stress that it needs sped up, Minister. These workers have been waiting for 6 years on this funding to be released, and I think it's completely unacceptable that ministers, yourself included, got a wage increase around 90k a year, and these workers, bus drivers, classroom assistants, bus escorts, catering and other staff, and some are doing life-saving procedures, are told you have to wait again. So, Minister, I'd urge you to release the money, make sure it's released urgently.
Well, I can assure the member, Mr. Speaker, that this forms part of my bid to the Department of Finance in terms of the budget settlement for this financial year. I have met with the unions. I have indicated my support for resolving the pay and grading review issue. It is separate to the pay settlements because those workers are part of a national joint negotiating committee, and they did receive pay increases over the past number of years. The issue, however, is the baseline by which they are paid when it comes to the impact that increase has on them. And also the wider issues around recruitment and retention of the workforce. That is why the pay and grading review has been taking place. I have supported the business case that has went forward to the Department of Finance, and it forms part of my bid in the allocation to the Department of Education, part of the budget process.
Alex.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you mentioned about the Fresh Start funding, which has been lost for the new school builds, and that you moved that into your capital bids. Can you give a cast iron guarantee that Bangor Central Primary School, Integrated Primary School, will get a new school build?
Well, all of this is subject to capital funding being made available, and I've outlined the significant number of major capital schemes which are currently within my department. I have highlighted the inadequacy of the resources that are available, not only to fund major new builds, but enhancement programmes, tackling the maintenance backlog that exists within our school estate, and developing a capital programme that can help facilitate the delivery of curriculums in schools. And that is fundamentally important. And I have been to a number of schools. The Shankle Primary School is one, which is in an appalling condition, absolutely appalling condition. And it is there waiting for funding to be made available. So I'm not in a position to guarantee any school will get the go-ahead, other than I am making the case for very significant increases in capital funding. Should that be made available to the department, I can then review those capital projects, prioritise schemes that can be taken forward.
Mr. Easton.
Answer so far. Would the Minister be willing to meet Mr Campbell, the head of Bangor Central Primary Integrated School, to offer some reassurance about the future for a new school build?
Well, Mr Speaker, I always, particularly an MLA asks me to facilitate a meeting, I seek to accommodate that. So if the member wants me to do that, I'll be happy to do that. What reassurance I have provided to all of those schools impacted on Fresh Start is that they moved into my conventional programme and they are continuing to advance. And there are other major capital schools and they are not advancing within my department. Those within Fresh Start are. And understandably, other schools are saying to me, why are you pursuing the Fresh Start schools whenever I have been part of your conventional development schemes within the department? So Fresh Start schools have been given a very high level of reassurance by me, and I'm being challenged by some other schools. What about us? I want to ensure that there's fairness and equity in everything that I do as a minister when it comes to the development of our new schools estate.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Just in relation to the support staff pay and grading, is the Minister in a position to update us on when they will be paid?
Well, Mr Speaker, obviously the process was a business case had to be put forward. I can confirm, Mr Speaker, that the Department of Finance has approved the business case. So that is a significant development, that they have approved it. That means it is now subject to funding being made available through the budget process. And I want to see that to be successful. I have been reassured by the Sinn Féin Education spokesperson that the Minister for Finance will look sympathetically at this in the funding that was allocated to resolve a number of the other pay settlements, of which it was 688 million. This issue was not included, but the Minister for Finance indicated that she would look at that issue subject to the business cases progressing. They have now progressed, they have now been approved, but it is now subject to the budget outcome.
Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that detailed response. I'm delighted to hear that it has been progressed and it will be approved, but obviously now we have to encourage and move this as fast as possible for all support staff within the education system.
The member's absolutely right. When we think about support staff, we're talking about some of the lowest paid workers within the public sector, and yet they're delivering vital services. Your classroom assistants, your cooks, your bus drivers, and the action short of strike in this area has been having a detrimental impact on the outcomes for children and young people, particularly in our special schools, whenever strikes have taken place. So I want to see the pay and grading review successfully dealt with. I will be meeting with the unions again on the 18th of April in order to give them another update in this area. But it is now very much over to the executive to make the funding available for this to be resolved.
Colin Gilrenew.
Can call you. Minister, I wonder could you give us an update in relation to your own view or work within the department on composite classes?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it allows schools to develop. In my own constituency, I can think of one primary school in the village I lived in McGalbury, where we moved from a 7-class-based school. Enrolment was increasing as the population grew, and we then had to move to providing composite classes, and that was the only way to allow the school to continue to grow. And as populations grow, then you would want to move to having 2-class bases within a school. So I think composite classes has a role where it is meeting a need of a local population.
That concludes topical questions. We now move back to the debate, and if members would take their ease for a moment while we change the chair.
Order, members. We now return to the debate on a strategic framework for a shared future, and I call Kate Nicholl to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to wind on this motion, and I want to start by thanking all the speakers for their really considered contributions to this important debate today. Before addressing some of the key aspects raised in the debate, I want to focus on 2 issues which were briefly touched on by my Alliance Party colleagues in relation to integrated education and shared housing. In relation to integrated education, as my colleague Connie Egan has stated, research from Ulster University has estimated that the total additional cost of maintaining a divided education system at £226 million each year, or over £600,000 every day, clearly shows our divided education system has deep financial costs. But educating our children separately also has societal costs. Our schools should represent the diversity of our society, and integrated education provides the intentionality required to ensure we are building a more inclusive and reconciled society. Harry Harvey is one of my favourite members of the DUP, so it pains me to challenge him, but I didn't agree with anything he said about integrated education. It's not just about people from mixed backgrounds attending a school. It's about so much more than that. It's about an ethos. Not every school is integrated. Integrated schools, there's an intentionality and ethos there. And it gives the children, our children, the chance to build relationships with pupils from different backgrounds, and to appreciate and celebrate both their differences and what they have in common. And that was a theme that was brought out throughout the debate, that it's not about denying our differences, it's about celebrating them and how it enriches us, as the Deputy First Minister said. Alliance believes every child should have the choice and option of attending an integrated school, reducing the cost of division and playing a crucial role in building a shared future. Increasing the provision of integrated education to meet the demand should be an important part of the strategic framework for a shared future that this motion calls for. And I really appreciated Matthew O'Toole's comments around the cut to funding and the impact that has. Sinead McLaughlin talked about how 7% of schools, actually 8% of schools now are integrated, and it's just not enough. Moving on to shared housing, my colleague Paula Bradshaw, who moved the motion so well, has already referenced that the lack of this is a major barrier to building a genuinely shared future. Shared housing has recently been moved out of the Executive Office and into the Communities portfolio, forming part of the broader housing brief, which we find concerning. Shared housing must be prioritised, and it cannot be diluted or sidelined any further. It must be given the funding and resources required to ensure it does not get lost or neglected. Where shared housing is developed, it must also be reflective of Northern Ireland in all its diversity. And as Connie said, it's not just about two communities. It's about creating communities which are genuinely reflective and full of the richness of our increasingly diverse society. And we strongly believe that shared housing is a crucial tool in building a shared future, and like integrated education, must form part of a strategic framework for building a shared future. I really liked Mike Nesbitt's contribution, and he mentioned the positivity that exists in this building now, and it feels like there's a genuine commitment to really working together and to collaboration, and I'd like to thank the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for being so committed to this, especially the kind of portrayal to the public, because I think they really need to see it, and I think that the conversation and the debate today has really highlighted that. I really welcomed the points that Carol made about it's not just working class areas where sectarianism exists. I'm not going to name the areas, but as someone who has canvassed in all parts of my constituency and other constituencies, some of the most blatant sectarianism I have witnessed came from very privileged areas where it goes unchecked. So this is a piece of work that we all need to address. In relation to good relations, there's an urgent need to prioritise the allocation of multi-annual funding for the good relations sector's future planning and sustainability. And we've talked a lot about the sector and the work that communities are doing, but they are really hindered by the lack of multi-annual funding and the instability that a lack of stable government also results in. The sector is often the first vulnerable to deep cuts when government budgets are tight. I also want to point out that we need to widen the scope of good relations. We are more than just two communities, and I know from work with minority ethnic communities, this is something that is constantly raised with me. On that, Paula raised racial prejudice and refugee integration, and a constituent of mine, Takura McCurney, had racist graffiti sprayed on his house yesterday. And his only crime was speaking out about racism, which exists in our society. And I had the privilege to work for Anna Lowe when she was an MLA, and Anna always said sectarianism and racism are two sides of the same coin. And we allow it to happen by not calling it out. And I think we all need to do better in challenging the sectarianism and the racism which exists in our society. And quite frankly, it's often the same people who come out talking about this. So I think we all need to do better. Yes?
And I agree with her point about the kind of the bigotry coming from the same well, but would she also be concerned, as I am, that the last stats that I've seen, that the racism is actually outstripping sectarianism, so it seems to be even more problematic than maybe some people would even believe?
I completely agree, and I want to pay tribute to you, because every meeting that I go to, town hall meetings on asylum seekers and refugees, you're always there. And yes, I think that there is something that really needs to be addressed, and that's why I welcome work on the racial equality strategy, and I look forward to seeing the results in it. And these can't just be words. We need to have actions. It needs to be monitored. There needs to be data, and we need to have targets that we are working towards. Patrick discussed TBUC and urban villages and the positive developments that they have had. He said he would have liked to see the north-south dimension, and I really liked the take stock perspective that your speech brought, because this really was our intention: how far we have come, but where we need to go. Emma talked about her own politics, and that it was a very important conversation, and I like the line about what you were doing on a Sunday. No one asks that, and we shouldn't. David Honeyfoot gave such a lovely contribution about Granny Sally, and as Sinead McLaughlin said, it happens with love. I really like that line. Sinead said lots of things that were useful about our society is changing. She talked about new communities, recognising that for too many people division is real and that there is structural segregation, and that is true. The Deputy First Minister apologised for being late, but nobody held that against her, and we're delighted to see the North-South Ministerial Council meet today. She really recognised the work that communities are doing, and I think that's something that we all see in our own constituencies. And it's why the framework is so important, because communities are delivering this, but as an assembly we shouldn't be hindering it. We should be supporting that work and driving it and doing more around it. Thank you for that. TBUC is under review. She talked about her own identity, culture, how our identity is part of us, and we must respect that in others. And then the different elements that have been successful: urban villages, shared housing, United Youth Programme. So all in all, I thought it was a really positive debate, and I thought the contributions were really worthwhile. I think there is a lot of work that needs to happen still, and we've talked about the multiple areas of work and how it's going to require cross-departmental working. But the tone was very welcome from most people, and I hope that it was taken, that our intention was really just to celebrate our diversity, celebrate that our differences and our different heritages and histories and everything makes us unique and special and different. And as an assembly, we should be supporting that and working towards a genuinely shared future that we can all enjoy. So thank you.
Thank the member for winding on the debate. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease very briefly for a change at the top table.
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on addressing NI water challenges. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the failure of existing water and waste infrastructure to meet current and future demand, further recognises that existing funding models have restricted NI Water's ability to meet commitments to maintain and develop services for residential and business needs, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to provide a detailed options paper on restructuring NI Water to include consideration of mutualisation.
Thank you. I call on Mike Nesbitt to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Mike. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Mike, please open the debate on the motion.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I should point out to begin with that it was my party colleague, the Ulster Unionist spokesperson on infrastructure, who was scheduled to lead on the debate, but unfortunately John Stewart is not here. He is unwell, and I'm sure the House joins me in wishing him a speedy recovery. Some thanks to begin with. First of all, thanks to the Minister for coming to the Chamber to respond to the debate, but more generally for his engagement on the issue. of water management. I also want to thank the Assembly research team for a very detailed pre-debate paper, and thanks also to all the individuals and organisations who contacted us with their queries, questions and their comments. I rise to address what I think is a really pressing issue, one that demands urgent attention, and that's the state of Northern Ireland's water infrastructure. I believe we're facing a crisis, one that requires action in terms of strategic investment, policy reform and changes to governance. And those three, I think, are the essential elements that we need to address. And what we're calling for, I believe, is entirely consistent with the Northern Ireland Audit Office, who published a paper that called for a review. Their document was called Funding Water Infrastructure in Northern Ireland, and it called for, quote, a comprehensive review of alternative arrangements. So let's begin by acknowledging the key challenges. Our water and sewage network is ageing, to say the least. Over a third of pipes are more than 100 years old. The result is leakage rates which exceed 25%. Underinvestment and upgrading wastewater treatment facilities leaves us struggling to meet environmental compliance standards, and climate change will exacerbate these challenges, with heavy rainfall likely to overwhelm our capacity in terms of wastewater and sewage. Compounding these issues are concerns around the funding model and the affordability of water charges, and of course political instability in recent years has not helped in strategic decision-making and investment planning. The impacts of underfunding are profound and far-reaching. We face limitations in providing new water and sewage connections, both for households and commercial development, and that leads to construction delays and stalled projects. And in turn, that's going to restrict economic growth and result in missed investment opportunities, which may tarnish our reputation and make Northern Ireland less attractive for inward investment. And as the First Minister recorded at question time just an hour or so ago, the positivity of her visit with the Deputy First Minister to Washington ahead of St. Patrick's Day was quite astonishing, not least from the business community, who in America are saying the time is right to take a look at investing here in Northern Ireland. The impact on housing of this infrastructure deficit is perhaps one of the most damaging outcomes of the historical lack of leadership and funding surrounding our water and sewage management. It's widely accepted we face a housing shortfall that places tens of thousands of families across Northern Ireland in crisis. It is simply a case that there's a growing number of planning applications going before local council planning offices that are approved but are then subject to agreement with Northern Ireland Water on how costs for water and waste infrastructure are to be met. Now, there may be those in this chamber who feel such costs should be passed to developers, that such a decision alleviates pressures on our existing services. But unfortunately, simply adding such charges onto developers creates serious issues, particularly in housing, both private and social. The cost funding of water and waste infrastructure into new developments creates pressures on housing associations that can mean that whole social housing projects are scrapped because the funding to meet this additional cost is simply not there. And on new build private and affordable housing, the additional cost is passed directly onto the purchaser, pricing more and more people out of being able to buy a home. And I have examples of that in my own constituency, Principal Deputy Speaker, a development in Newton Ards, where the developers had to fork out an additional £1 million to install the water infrastructure that was necessary to allow the houses to be built. And it is my impression from speaking to them that was nearly a deal breaker in terms of that development going ahead. On the same theme, the Construction Employers Federation estimate that wastewater capacity constraints are holding up some 8,450 homes being built, and that equates, they believe, to around £1 billion of investment. If you couple proposals of housing associations and other developers, the Construction Employers Federation believe approximately 19,000 homes are today unable to proceed. And indeed, Northern Ireland Water themselves, except over 100 areas, have wastewater treatment works that are at or approaching capacity. However, there are potential actions we can take to address these challenges. We could embark on a multi-year programme to replace the highest risk water mains and sewers, alongside upgrades to wastewater treatment works capacity and regulation compliance. Environmental protection measures such as sewer separation and sustainable drainage systems are also imperative, as is effective management of agricultural runoff and the implementation of environmental farming incentives. My party continues to propose considering the mutualisation of Northern Ireland Water into a member-owned cooperative model. This could provide access to lower-cost financing and capital markets, remove us from public borrowing constraints, and enable more independent governments and long-term strategic planning. Reinvestment of surpluses and increased efficiencies would be key benefits of such a model. Turning to the current model, perhaps it would be worth discussing some of the issues that we believe should be addressed and overcome. In terms of Northern Ireland Water, the shareholder is the Department for Infrastructure. They have a licence to be so from the independent regulator. The utility regulator determines price. Currently, it's Price Control 21, which runs until March 2027. And that PC21 was based on social and environmental guidance issued by the Department after public consultation. PC21 is accepted by the Department and the Northern Ireland Executive. And the utility regulator has advised the Department that its mid-term review of PC21, which is currently underway, is likely to require more rather than less in terms of investment. It is a fact, as I know it, Principal Deputy Speaker, but the Minister may correct me, that the Department lends money to Northern Ireland Water and charges interest on that loan, and no other public body in Northern Ireland pays interest for a similar arrangement. The Department also takes a dividend from Northern Ireland Water, and I'm informed that if you add the dividends and the interest paid by Northern Ireland Water, to date that is a collective sum of £1 billion, which could otherwise have been invested in the water infrastructure. And investing, of course, in the water infrastructure was a commitment of the New Decade, New Approach deal. I quote, "The Executive will invest urgently in wastewater infrastructure." The question is, has that happened? So as a party, we call on the Department to follow the Audit Office recommendations, but in the meantime, stop taking the interest and dividends from Northern Ireland Water and allow them to invest to facilitate the building of more houses. In conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland Water, I believe, costs taxpayers around £370 million per annum in subsidy and £450 million in capital every year. That, frankly, is the inescapable cost of owning a water company, and it is only bound to increase as we go on unless we find a different governance and a different financial model. And I look forward to the Minister's response.
Thank you, Mike. I call on Deborah Erskine to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Deborah. You will have 10 minutes to propose, and there will be 5 minutes to wind on the amendment, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes if you'd like to move the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment today on this important motion in my capacity as DUP for Manor South Tyrone MLA and not as Infrastructure Committee Chair. Getting our water infrastructure right is essential for development, growing our economy, to ensure there is social and affordable homes across Northern Ireland, not least environmentally to prevent the overspills in our waterways. But furthermore, let's not take for granted the fact that we have clean drinking water. However, we do have a crisis in the here and now.
without adequate funding for Northern Ireland Water, the serious and long-term, we need serious and long-term sustainable funding. We are going to destroy our construction industry, wreck our economy, add to homelessness and continue the pollution of our waterways. There needs to be a fundamental rethink on how we continue to address the failures that have continued for years. What our amendment seeks to do is strengthen the original motion by the insertion of pointing out the need and belief for that additional investment in water and sewage infrastructure, which is critical to driving the economy, economic growth, ending regional inequalities in provision and protecting the environment. And as well, we call on the Minister to provide a detailed option paper on restructuring Northern Ireland Water and to consider mutualisation. Recently, the Infrastructure Committee had briefings from Northern Ireland Water, and indeed a finance briefing from the Department, and not least the Minister was at the committee. Evidence from Northern Ireland Water was particularly damning in terms of the crisis facing our systems without investment. And my sense at the moment is that Northern Ireland Water is simply carrying out the basics. Clean drinking water is provided, but hereafter there are challenges that exist and remain. As a recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report pointed to, projects related to the safe water delivery have tended to be prioritised over investment in infrastructure. And I must be truthful, I'm not sure many have grasped fully the level of emergency we have reached when it comes to Northern Ireland Water. We aren't hearing alarm bells ringing every day on our airwaves, yet it should be. And I quote from the CEO of Northern Ireland Water to the committee on the 21st of February this year. We have more overflows per head of population and per kilometre of pipe than is the case in the UK, because over many years not enough money has been spent on sewer network. Rather than building more infrastructure, more overflows were put in place. This is damning. We have failed in how our infrastructure meets the needs and demands in Northern Ireland. Therefore, this motion is timely. It comes in the wake of fresh Northern Ireland Audit Office reports, one of which is entitled Water Quality in Northern Ireland's Rivers and Lakes, and the other on funding water infrastructure in Northern Ireland. Firstly, I want to make this point. Whilst in terms of water quality, agriculture and businesses do contribute to some of the pollution, we cannot escape the fact that 1 in 8 pollution episodes can be linked to Northern Ireland Water, a body that should be intrinsically linked to ensuring best procedure and upholding government policies as well in protecting the environment. And once more, I suspect that figure could actually be higher, given that in evidence sessions within the Infrastructure Committee it was pointed out that we really aren't fully sure where exactly all the overflows are in the system, as we fail to provide much needed investment for camera infrastructure on the system. Yes.
Thank you very much for giving way. I'm just checking. Is it right that, in fact, NI Water have the option for consent to discharge, which means that they could be discharging sewage into the waterways without the fear of investigation or prosecution?
Unfortunately, the member is correct, and certainly there have been questions raised about that, and I'll maybe point to that as I move on during the course of my contribution. Some members may want to focus on the extent of sanctions levelled on foreign businesses adjudged to the contributed to water pollution incidents, but at least there are penalties. And that same level of accountability should be apparent in NI Water, yet there is a perception, rightly or wrongly, that there is a double standard, and concerns around the corrosive impact of stop-start funding and budgets that simply aren't big enough. Whilst they are entirely justified, they cannot be used as a convenient smokescreen for improving standards and oversight in respect of current services. It's extremely frustrating that after 8 years after the start of major reform between NIEA and NI Water, revised wastewater compliance assessment arrangements still have not been implemented. Yet I do accept that providing clarity of funding each year would help to plan for the need and the emergency. Northern Ireland Water do not have medium or long-term clarity on funding, and the price control process places a heavy emphasis on determining the cost of delivering the various projects, but it is not linked to any long-term budgetary planning. The NI Audit Office report recommended that DFI and NI Water should complete a comprehensive review of alternative funding and governance arrangements. The DUP manifesto that I stood on in 2022 called on greater investment, but also the need to review how NI Water was funded. And my party pointed out the need to explore the merits of granting NI Water borrowing powers, as well as ensuring spending for the water network is fair to all communities and regions. The DUP brought a motion to the Assembly in the last mandate calling for a new strategy to enhance and expand Northern Ireland's water and sewage infrastructure, with a particular focus on ending regional inequalities, and we note with regret the lack of progress to date. When it comes to addressing the crisis in capacity, it is a cross-departmental need. For the Department of Communities and the economy, without drains there can be no cranes. And every month that passes without a sustainable approach to meeting current demand for connection to the network leads to further missed opportunities for business expansion, boosting employment and construction, and to provide new housing for those in need or those wanting to get onto the property ladder. A letter on the 6th of March to the Infrastructure Committee told of the consequences if we do not invest. 19,000 proposed homes are very unlikely to be built. 55 commercial developments are very unlikely to progress, with an estimated impact to 1,500 employees in the agri-food industry. So what discussions has the Minister had around the executive table to highlight these concerns and fight for investment? The DUP also acknowledges that as a society and as ratepayers, we must play our role as well and ensure that we stop any potential impact on the system, because prevention is better than cure. And it is right that we reduce pollutants entering our waterways. However, let's not forget that Northern Ireland Water is the largest landowner in Northern Ireland. Are the public really seeing those assets being used effectively, particularly given the huge sums of money paid to Northern Ireland Water from the public purse? It's crucial that the Minister urgently takes forward the recommendations in recent reports to deal with issues at hand. It's imperative that we also must move beyond doing the basics. Millions spent on cleaning the NI water system, which is right, but it's effectively self-harming itself. It's not sustainable, and we must turn the tide before even providing safe drinking water becomes harder. Therefore, I hope the Assembly can endorse this amendment, which strengthens the argument for investment and change. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Colcahill Boylan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, a decade of Tory austerity and cuts have devastated our public services. As a result of historical underfunding, our water and waste infrastructure has been severely impacted. Due to this, areas across the north are facing development challenges. We need and deserve a high standard of water quality and wastewater infrastructure to ensure we provide a proper service, to protect our watercourses from pollution and to safeguard our environment. NI Water have long warned of the effect of the lack of funding that is had here in the north. This is just another symptom of Tory budgets not allowing vital public services to be properly resourced. We need long-term sustainable investment in the North sewage and wastewater network so we can properly deliver fit-for-purpose infrastructure. The public are already struggling during the cost of living crisis as we speak. The last thing households need is additional bills. Sinn Féin remain resolute in our opposition to domestic water charges and privatisation. We are focused on getting our public services the proper resources they need without adding a further burden on workers and families. It is clear that our wastewater and sewage infrastructure is facing huge challenges, but it must be stressed that privatisation and water charges are not the solution. NI Water is a vast and important piece of infrastructure that needs to be properly resourced. For reference of scale, there are more than 1,000 wastewater treatment facilities, 24 water treatment works, 27,000 kilometres of water pipes and over 16,000 kilometres of sewer pipes. On top of this, NI Water is also the largest electricity consumer in the north. And despite the budgetary pressures, NI Water continues to provide a high-quality service, and that should be noted today. In February, NI Water attended the Infrastructure Committee, where they detailed the significant challenges they faced. They also detailed the positive work they have been carrying out, such as coming in over target for water quality and also making efficiencies. They have also developed a climate change strategy, recognising the need to play their part as the North's largest electricity consumer. Also at that presentation, NIW had indicated that the present PC21 delivery programme was facing serious challenges, citing increasing energy prices and also construction costs. Our water and sewage services need sustainable investment in order to provide quality drinking water, ensure environmental protections, to help build housing and to facilitate economic development. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate, and I will welcome or also look forward to the other contributions. Cormail Maggett.
Thank you, Cahill. I call Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of this motion for tabling it. It is a very important issue, one that deserves perhaps more attention than it often gets as a crucial aspect of our infrastructure in Northern Ireland, and one that provides a service that none of us can live without: clean, fresh water and the safe disposal of wastewater. I also welcome the amendment and can confirm our party's support for both the motion and the amendment. For too long, NI Water has been a Cinderella service that has suffered from historic underinvestment. The timely report at the end of March from the NI Audit Office was an important reminder of what we already know about Northern Ireland's water infrastructure in terms of underfunding, which has been chronically neglected as foundational economic infrastructure, which is crucial to our quality of life and the wider economy. It requires prioritisation within the forthcoming budget, with the current projected shortfall of £1 billion to PC21 meaning NI Water will no longer be able to deliver the essential works to increase the capacity of their network and meet the current demand for water infrastructure. No doubt many of us will have also read last week's press release, which I know the member from Strangford referenced, from the Construction Employers Federation, a stark reminder of the housing crisis we currently face and the fact that current wastewater constraints are holding back as many as 19,000 homes across Northern Ireland. I know firsthand this real-life impact, with every major town in my constituency featured on the Audit Office's list of wastewater treatment works which are at or near capacity. And just before Easter, I visited the treatment works in the village of Dundrum, where development associations trying to spur regeneration efforts in the area are having to find creative and expensive ways to take stormwater out of combined systems to increase capacity in the wastewater system and avoid statutory objections to their planning applications. And whilst I welcome NI Water's willingness to work with developers and planners to find these creative solutions, it really shouldn't have to be this way and adds unnecessary cost to developers. Cost which ultimately will, as already has been discussed, be passed to homebuyers and reflect wasted potential in our economy. Without these additional costs, housing and regeneration projects could move more quickly through the planning system, helping us meet the chronic lack of housing in Northern Ireland and move the economy forward. With that in mind, I welcome the Audit Office's recommendation that the Department and NI Water complete a comprehensive review of alternative funding and governance arrangements. Our party has long expressed concern that the current model is unsustainable, and we have, for example, supported the idea of mutualising NI Water with guidance from the Fiscal Council. To be clear, because it often gets lost in the commentary around this issue, mutualisation is not privatisation. And indeed, the Minister is right to rule out any privatisation, the failure of which we can clearly see in England in the case of Thames Water, which is £18.3 billion in debt and last year dumped a record 72 billion litres of untreated raw sewage into waterways. The Thames Water model, in which the company has for years borrowed against assets to fund shareholder dividends rather than investing in upgrades to its asset base, consistently hiking charges on consumers to keep itself afloat, is of course something that we must avoid. Certainly.
I thank the member for raising about Thames Water, because he will remember in the committee that it was asked whether Northern Ireland Water, whether we were in a worse off position, Northern Ireland, in regards of overspills, given what was happening over in England. The answer was yes. That's particularly damning, isn't it?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, and thank you to the member, and well aware of that, and the intervention that you took from the member from Fermanagh and South Tyrone also outlines that issue in terms of consent to discharge, and it is a very scary fact indeed. Now, mutualised Welsh Water has also faced significant issues over governance and transparency, it must be noted, but at least it is more accountable and follows a not-for-profit model, a model which we, I believe, can potentially learn lessons from. Going down the route of mutualisation will still require careful stewardship, and any mutualised body must be structured in a way that ensures households are not burdened with additional charges for water. A mutualised model for NI Water would require democratic oversight and transparent pricing, in which the company would be able to borrow against its extensive asset base, with loans secured by the public expenditure which NI Water would continue to receive for providing their vital service. This could be achieved, for example, by a separation of the charges already levied on water within the regional rate, essentially a change in how we currently account for this expenditure. This is not privatisation in sheep's clothing and should not be automatically dismissed on the basis of ideology, which should not get in the way of a sustainable funding model for NI Water. Ultimately, the current funding constraints across the Executive and the lack of a multi-year budget means NI Water will remain strategically and financially constrained. We cannot continue to tread water on this, Minister. And unfortunately, blaming Tory austerity and pointing out funding shortfalls will not cut it. And the Minister must wade through the detail and present clear and tangible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Colin Mark Durkin.
Let's be realistic. What we do or don't do today in terms of this actual debate isn't going to have any major implications for our immediate future and for generations to come. But unless the Executive does take swift action and meaningful action and make sufficient intervention, we're in big trouble. Water infrastructure is a core issue, one which cuts across every facet of daily life. The budget outlook for NI Water is bleak. Infrastructure dating back to the Victorian era cannot keep step with the demands of a modern society. A legacy of chronic underfunding has resulted in failing infrastructure, as Audit Office reports tell us, is posing serious environmental and economic risks, overspill into our lakes and rivers, and at present, as we've heard, there are 19,000 proposed homes that are unlikely to be built due to insufficient capacity. People and businesses have lived the consequences of system pressures, battling the devastation wrought by increased instances of flash flooding, sadly a trend likely to continue as the climate crisis deepens. In 2021, Minister Mallon recognised the imperative for investment across wastewater and allowed NI Water to begin the task of addressing storm overflow and to kick off PC21. Yet since 2023, DFI have signalled a move away from that enabling plan. At committee, officials said they are ready to deliver at pace, but the massive cuts being imposed are forcing them to make unthinkable decisions. DFI has huge budgetary challenges, as do all departments, but this is what the executive signed up to. Across departments and across parties, there was a recognition of NI Water's role and the need to upgrade our infrastructure and move this place forward. However, underinvestment in water long predates these institutions, and I concur entirely with Cahill's point on the impact of Tory austerity, although, like Patrick, I agree we can't lay all the blame at their door. I'm glad to see DUP recognition that investment in this area is key in driving economic growth and protecting the environment. That recognition was there in October 21 when we debated the same issue, but it's disappointing then that the same party prevented any action by collapsing the executive just 4 months later. During the last mandate, you'll be aware of this, the housing supply strategy was published to great fanfare, a strategy which promised to remove barriers to increasing housing, including water and sewerage provision. I'd be interested to know what engagement there has been and is ongoing with DFC. Without a joint departmental and wider collaborative approach to address these issues, we risk falling even further behind. The executive must support DFI not only to deal with the historical underinvestment in the water network, but also in their ability to plan for the short and long term. It's vital that NI Water can utilise multi-year budgets to allow for stronger future planning. In terms of options, and to come back to today's motion, at the current juncture, DFI should explore all tools in its arsenal. We can't oppose the motion just because we know or we think that we'll oppose some of the options brought forward. Let's learn more about them. I think the SDLP also would need some convincing that mutualisation won't result in further charges for households, and we will never accept that. Further hardship can't be heaped on hard-pressed families already struggling to make ends meet. And we certainly...
I agree with the member. I don't want to see any other household having increased charges put on them. However, the households in my constituency that can't access discretionary support because we're spending the budget on Northern Ireland Water and not on people who are in poverty causes an issue. The balancing act that we have to do within our executive causes that type of difficulty. So we do need to consider other ways that we can balance that better.
And the member has an extra minute.
I thank the member for her intervention, and that again goes back to collaboration across departments rather than the silo approach that we've seen for so long in this place. It hasn't served anyone well. It may have served parties well at certain times. It has never served the public well. We only need to look across the water to see the cost of privatisation, not just to people but to standards. The picture is nothing short of medieval, with sewage spilling onto the streets and analysts denouncing 35 years of privatisation as the biggest fraud story in the UK. I also welcome the work of fellow dairyman Fergal Sharkey in shining a light on this scandal. Also, the executive must work along with Northern Ireland Water in identifying income-generating opportunities, renewable energy being one. We should learn from the example of other EU countries and embrace innovative solutions that allow water utilities to save costs, enhance resilience and financial viability. The future of water relies on improved collaboration between NI Water, stakeholders and governments on both sides of the border, specifically on capital projects in border regions. Investment in our sewage and wastewater infrastructure that meets the needs of the present and future generations must be a priority.
Mark, I call on Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to today's motion and thank the proposer for stepping in at short notice to propose it, and also the proposer of the amendment as well for bringing them forward today for debate. Since the restoration of this Assembly and Executive, I am fortunate to have spoken in multiple infrastructure debates, all of which noted the requirement of long-term, strategic and significant investment to deliver in a variety of ways for the population of all who live here. Today's debate is no different in that it is about facilitating clean and safe drinking water and sewerage for the 1.9 million people who live here and over 700,000 households and businesses. These are fundamental human rights, but also ones that require significant financial cost and political will to deliver, and it is essential we achieve this in a manner that is safe, accessible, and which does not discriminate against the most vulnerable in our society. It's an area that I'm personally passionate about, having studied human rights to water during my human rights law master's degree, and it was then that I had my first visit to this place to meet multiple MLAs and to hear a wide range of views on how they wanted to finance and work with Northern Ireland Water. I was reflecting on this over the weekend, and the conversations I had then, over a decade ago now, are the same conversations we are having still today. A Victorian sewerage network in desperate need of upgrade, significant funding pressures due to an historically fragmented and underfunded approach towards water infrastructure, and inconsistent political stability of these institutions exacerbating these problems. As we've already heard, as an infrastructure committee, we were fortunate to have had the Chief Executive of Northern Ireland Water, Sarah Venning, before the committee at our first meeting, which shows how important we will take the prioritisation of Northern Ireland Water during this mandate, and she painted a bleak picture of the pressures facing the organisation. I welcome this motion in regards to the current funding and governance models needing reviewed, as my colleague Mr Brown has detailed. However, I would caution the Chamber there isn't a single swift answer for remedying the various issues facing Northern Ireland Water. Instead, like infrastructure and construction, it will require consistent, stable and functioning institutions supporting the organisation year in, year out, not a frequently collapsed executive or a department without a minister. Like the multi-annual budgets we were meant to have had introduced but missed out on, multi-annual budgets that would have better served the long-term assets needed to deliver and manage water, and which would have given confidence to the construction, civil engineering, housing and business sectors, as they would see certainty in the future rather than the unfortunate dysfunction there has been in recent years and year-by-year funding fluctuations. I also think it's important during this debate to highlight climate change and the fundamental role our environment also plays within addressing water quality issues. In 2023, we had our warmest year on record and our wettest since 2002. Alongside this, the degradation of our water treatment system is having an impact on our environment, with our combined sewer overflows directly linked to pollution incidents here. In a climate emergency, this must change as we adapt to having to manage more water. Principal Deputy Speaker, as we've heard, in England we are seeing similar and worse on a regular basis. I'm proud to be in a party that has vocally ruled out going down the privatised route for delivering and managing water, which has proven time and time again to be a disaster on a global basis. Principal Deputy Speaker, water must be recognised as a right to life rather than through a solely economic lens, and this is why it is so important we start treating our water and infrastructure sectors with the respect and attention they deserve. Lastly, and against that backdrop, I encourage the Minister to explore the potential of nature-based solutions to reduce cost pressures by improving water quality at source and mitigating flood risk. For example, extensive research has demonstrated the ability of trees to protect water bodies when planted close to pollution sources. Whilst I appreciate that Northern Ireland Water are working to install natural solutions where possible, it is vitally important that we work with the environment on a larger scale, and I would appreciate the Minister's commitment on that point. In conclusion, we support today's motion and amendment, and we are always happy to look at expert-led options and make evidence-based decisions. However, this must always have at its core political consistency and stability, protecting our environment, and fundamentally a rejection of privatisation and the placing of increased financial burdens on the public. From here, our ability to build much-needed homes, our economy, and ultimately Northern Ireland will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Glenn or Patty McGlone?
The SDLP welcomes this particular motion. We believe the original motion offers the opportunity to explore the options without a commitment to restructuring NI Water at this time. However, we would need to be convinced that any restructuring won't result in water charges. As Mr Boylan says, that's entirely unacceptable, or indeed the kind of profiteering and chaos that has been allowed to develop in England. The amendment calls on the DUP and Sinn Féin to do what they've been unable or unwilling to do up until now and agree to deliver the required investment in water and sewage capacity. The executive parties could and should increase investment in our water and sewage infrastructure. The question is, why not? The original motion at least calls for an exploration of other ways to achieve it. Clearly, that needs to be increased investment, as the infrastructure at the moment isn't fit for purpose. The impact on our environment from the overflow from combined wastewater and sewage systems has been highlighted many times in this chamber. The cross-departmental working group on Lough Neagh has recommended a cash injection of some 131 million to NI Water for the upgrading of 18 wastewater treatment works that have an impact on Lough Neagh alone. The recent report by the NI Auditor General on water quality in our rivers and lakes warns of the impact being felt now from a lack of investment in NI water infrastructure over a prolonged period of time. Economic development is being restricted because of the current limited capacity in the infrastructure network. In many areas, new businesses can't be established, and existing businesses can't expand because the capacity in the water, wastewater and sewage infrastructure doesn't exist for them. The lack of capacity, indeed, is also moving us to the stage where local development plans are becoming hypotheses, notional ideas about development of areas without realisation. NI Water have stated that the construction of 19,000 homes across Northern Ireland is currently at risk due to the lack of appropriate water and sewage infrastructure. NI Water knows what needs to be done to address the long-standing issues within the water infrastructure. They have completed the preparatory work, including designs and studies. They now need the funding. The current Price Control 21 agreement aimed to invest £2.1 billion in water infrastructure here between 2021 and 2027. But it's increasingly clear that securing that funding is unachievable under the current funding model. When I raised the issue of underinvestment in sewage and water with the Minister in the Assembly here on the 5th of March, the Minister firstly questioned the evidence of the impact of that underinvestment on the ecological crisis in Lough Neagh. The Minister then went on to state, quote, "We have to broaden the conversation around how we develop or deliver wastewater treatment works for certain developments. That is what this motion does." However, the Minister already appears to have decided that the shortfall in funding can be made up by demanding that developers pay more. On the 5th of March, the Minister stated to deliver wastewater treatment works for developments, it may not be funded directly by NI Water, it may have to be for the developers. It's not clear what assessment the Minister has made of that new approach, but there will be consequences. The costs involved in improving the capacity of our water and sewage infrastructures aren't negligible. Attempting to raise funding from developers will increase the unit cost, Mr Nesbitt referred to that, per house in those developments, and it's likely to be further reduction in the overall number of houses being built, and significantly, at a time whenever we're having a crisis in social housing demand, lessen the number of social housing units being built. To push the cost of housing higher across the board will make social housing unaffordable and unavailable to those who need it. If the Minister is saying that the current model doesn't work, then let's look at the alternatives. Let's look at what's being proposed here today. And if, in the case when the Minister has already admitted to the Assembly that we will have to do things differently when it comes to increasing the capacity in water and sewage infrastructure for those developments, let's look at the options properly and have an informed debate on the way forward. In conclusion, Takiam Leishan Wallo, Agus Leishan Last Wallo.
I support the motion and amendment. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Infrastructure Committee and as a local MLA, like many others here, I am all too aware of the serious issues and challenges that are facing our water infrastructure network in every part of our country. Economic growth and prosperity does depend on us having a water and sewage network that is fit for purpose for today and for our future. And I think it is important, as already has been mentioned at the outset, to highlight that this is not a new issue, and I think most people here know that, and indeed my party colleagues towards the end of the last mandate brought a motion to the Assembly calling for a new strategy to enhance and expand our water and sewage infrastructure network. The recent report from the Audit Office at the end of last month on water infrastructure within Northern Ireland does highlight a number of key, important, stark and timely warnings for us all. And I think the comments from the Auditor General on the report, where she states that a very real consequence of this underinvestment is that there are many areas here where new development, including the construction of new homes and other buildings, is restricted due to insufficient capacity to connect to sewage and wastewater services. And I think that very accurately summarises the current situation which we find ourselves in. And there's no doubt the running failure to address this underinvestment is severely hampering our economic development and house building in every corner of Northern Ireland. And it's alarming that development in 100 areas, including within 25 cities and towns, has been restricted due to the insufficient capacity to connect sewage and wastewater, which we are all very aware of. And indeed, every month that passes without a sustainable approach to meeting current demand for connection to the network does lead to further missed opportunities for the future, including to supporting business expansion, growing our economy, boosting employment, which is so greatly needed today more than ever, including within our construction and aggregate sectors. There's also missed opportunities to provide new housing provision for those in great need of it. And indeed, a recent report just last month highlighted that there are more than 46,000 households now on the waiting list for a permanent home here. This is a stark reminder of the need for action to address these issues as we seek to develop new homes right across Northern Ireland to address our housing shortages. Even very modest domestic extensions or small micro-business adoptions can be faced with very lengthy and costly delays or even refusals, stifling economic growth, investment and prosperity. This extends right to major housing developments and indeed the commercial sector, including new hotel builds, for example, which are so crucial for growing and developing our tourism sector. I have seen very welcome central investment within my own constituency over the last 10 years from NI Water in terms of the Kinniger Sewage Works treatment area, and I do welcome the planned extensive upgrade of Kinniger Wastewater Treatment Works, which was recently announced. I know the Minister recently commented on that, and the planned construction of a new modern wastewater pumping station in Sydenham, quite close to the boundary of my own constituency. Again, the Audit Office report spells out very clearly that ongoing leakage from water pipes and sewers is indeed contributing to pollution in our rivers and lakes, and I know a number of other members have commented and touched upon that. The Chief Executive of NI Water, Sarah Venning, told our Infrastructure Committee recently that we do have more overflows per head of population and per kilometre of pipe than the rest of the United Kingdom. And from an environmental, socio-economic and health perspective, that is a damning indictment which must be grappled with and action taken on. The Audit Office report also goes on to talk critically of the outdated oversight arrangements, and again it is extremely frustrating that 8 years after the start of a major reform between NIEA and NI Water, revised wastewater compliance assessment arrangements have still not been implemented. The Minister needs to urgently complete a comprehensive review and action plan for reform to secure appropriate finance to invest in our water infrastructure, rather than simply repeating the mistakes and excuses of his predecessors and kicking the can down the road in the hopes of avoiding difficult decisions. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, the decision to turn NI Water into a company has been an unmitigated disaster, and people warned that it would allow Stormont to underfund the service, opening the door to privatisation and potentially water charges. Years of savage cuts to NI Water are wreaking havoc at every single turn, and yet the very parties who impose the cuts are telling us that ordinary people need to pay for their mistakes. The past decade alone, Deputy Speaker, NI Water has dumped some 70 tonnes of sewage in their waterways, an astounding figure. Poor water infrastructure is preventing homes from being built, as we've heard, impacting on our drinking water and leaking sewage into vital natural resources like Lough Neagh. And most people here agree on those points, obviously. But what we're seeing today, Deputy Speaker, is a cynical attempt to use the real crisis faced by NI Water, to see it privatised and potentially water charges introduced. Let's call a spade here. That's what exactly the UP and the motion and others who support it are asking for. Because you can call it what you want, mutualisation is exactly privatisation, wrapped up differently, repackaged, but it's privatisation. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. If he checks the wording of the motion, we're not calling for mutualisation. We're calling for a review of how the Northern Ireland Water is governed, with nothing ruled out, nothing ruled in.
And the member has an extra minute.
Appreciate that, but it mentions mutualisation and funding models to be looked at. Mutualisation is privatisation, and really it's about squeezing more from people who pay for their water through rates and who shouldn't have to pay twice already. It will make hard up communities pay to attract investment from private financiers, privatisation, or some call it mutualisation, whose only interest is to turn a profit, not on our water infrastructure. And there is no denying, Deputy Speaker, the dysfunction of NI Water, but the point to mutualisation as a solution is no solution at all. In Wales, and Wales was obviously mentioned earlier, where Welsh water has been mutualised, people pay amongst the highest water bills on these islands, around £500 a year. Welsh Water continues to illegally discharge sewage in breach of dozens of permits due to the state of their water infrastructure. Not only are people paying again for their water, but they're still crying out for investment in their water infrastructure. Arguing for water charges or mutualisation or privatisation on the basis that Britain has it is to argue for a race to the bottom. And the motion and the mutualisation of water services more generally is a red herring. It's meant to distract from the fact that Stormont has failed to invest properly in NI Water. And I agree that the government needs to embark on an ambitious plan to overhaul our water infrastructure for the benefit of all, but these plans aren't very ambitious in and of itself. Instead, I would argue that we need to bring NI Water back into public ownership, bring it in-house and allow it to be properly funded and run as a public body. We've seen all the headlines that state our water infrastructure will prevent the building of 19,000 homes. And there's probably a certain kernel of truth in that, Deputy Speaker. I will give you.
The member references bringing NI Water into public ownership. Could he outline who the private owners are?
Well, the member supports mutualisation, and last time I checked, I think his party is for water charges too, unless they have a change in that position. And if they've changed it, I welcome that, and I'll check their most recent manifesto. I certainly will. But in terms of housing, there's probably a certain kernel of truth of the 19,000 homes being prevented from being built. But where that theory, Deputy Speaker, becomes unstuck is that the Executive has no intention or plan to build 19,000 homes in the first instance. What we really need to see here is government, state, public investment in our water infrastructure and public homes to be built. And consecutive executives have refused to do either, and we shouldn't let today's motion distract us from that. And if this government, if this executive wants to talk about revenue raising, then we're for that discussion. We should have that discussion. And we should talk about the fact that the North, Belfast, has more millionaires per capita than anywhere outside of London or oil-rich Aberdeen, but you don't hear much about that in this building. We should talk about the fact that corporations are raking in billions at our expense, but nobody wants to talk about that. And there's been renewed talk of devolving corporation tax, and I've heard no good argument against devolving corporation tax to raise it and to make the rich pay their way to fund public services, including NI Water. So we won't support, Deputy Speaker, the quiet privatisation of our water infrastructure, and we certainly won't vote to impose water charges on working class people, and won't be supporting today's motion.
I call on Alex Easton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Allow me at the outset to reiterate my opposition to water charges. Our residents already pay for their water, and I'm opposed to double taxation. Water is vital to life, and an efficient sanction system is vital to the health of everybody in our society. We saw during the pandemic how we share responsibility for public health, and access to clean water for all is a basic pillar of our public health system. For too long, there's been an extreme lack of investment in our infrastructure, which is now having a major impact on the system today. That leaves us the question, how are we going to pay for the required work to upgrade our system? We need to have a mature conversation about where public money is being spent and wasted before we decide to increase the burden on hard-working families. For decades, we have already paid for water as part of our rates bills. Our bills used to be itemised years ago, but this was quietly removed. The itemisation needs to be reinstated so we can see how much we are already paying for water infrastructure in our rates bills. I am concerned that separate water charges could lead to a greater division between richer and poorer members of our society. I'm concerned about those people who are now already making choices between heating their homes and eating and having the added worry about affordable clean water. Worrying about what it's going to cost them to run the washing machine or have showers for a whole family, for example. Clearly, our infrastructure needed to be fixed as we are leaking away lots of our water due to the lack of investment. These need addressed in a manner that does not add stress to the households already struggling to pay bills. Concerns have been raised many times about the governance procedures at Northern Ireland Water, as well as the value for money aspect. The issue is complex, but government bodies and Northern Ireland Water getting their house in order and avoiding wastage is a priority that must come higher than implementing more charges on already struggling communities. I would also take issue with the consultation process that had been launched several months ago by the Secretary of State. There were 4 questions to answer, none of which made it easier for people to say they don't support water charges. So people need to be clear on answering those questions that they don't agree with in the introduction of water charges. I fully support a proper plan on this matter from the Infrastructure Minister, necessary for if we fail to plan, we plan to fail, something which is not an option for residents or our business communities. And insight that any imposition of charges would place an outrageous additional burden to Northern Ireland households, especially for our low-income families, and the inevitable exportation of poverty already on unacceptable levels at this part of the United Kingdom. In practical terms, what we need outlined are the conversations alternatives. What would a public education campaign look like, for instance, that addresses what incentives are required to have effective water conservation appliances added and things like that? What more can government do on efficiency and addressing water leakages? Let's look to government and not to the consumer. I welcome the broadening of the conversation by the Infrastructure Minister involving stakeholders early on with Northern Ireland Water and learning from good practices as noted previously to the House with the Belfast Living with Water scheme. In conclusion, I welcome the Minister's openness to do things differently. A successful research-informed, evidence-based option approach is the correct start, but I will not support the introduction of water charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Our next speaker is the Minister for Infrastructure to respond to the debate, and Minister, you have 15 minutes.
And first, I want to thank the UP for raising the debate on NI Water's funding model, and also send my best wishes to John Stewart and wish him a speedy recovery. As members know, NI Water was established in 2007 as a government-owned company. It's not a private enterprise, it's a wholly government-owned company to provide water and sewage services across the north. Since its establishment, it has been the Executive's policy to provide subsidy to NI Water in lieu of domestic water charging. Since 2007, nearly £3.5 billion has been invested in our water and wastewater infrastructure. NI Water has reduced its efficiency gap with similar companies in England and Wales from 49% in 2007 to 5% today. So they're £65 million more efficient than they were in 2007. I think that's a credit to NI Water. Indeed, planned improvements in operational efficiency between now and 2027 will save consumers £62 million. NI Water delivers high-quality service, and its status as a regulated utility company means that the utility regulator protects the interests of consumers by challenging NI Water to deliver high-quality value for money and sewage services. It's the utility regulator, as members know, who determines the total revenue requirement for NI Water through what is known as the price control process. For the period of 2021-2027, the utility regulator has determined that a capital investment of £2.1 billion is required to deliver the best value for customers and the much-needed services required. At present, the utility regulator is undertaking a mid-term review to determine the investment levels required for the remaining 3 years of the price control period. My department awaits the outcome of this review, as it will inform immediate 24-25 budget allocations in the first instance. Turning to the current funding position, to date, my department has fully funded NI Water for the first 3 years of the price control. Indeed, my department has provided almost £90 million of additional capital funding over and above the funding level recommended by the utility regulator during this period. While we have provided significantly more funding than was required at that time, members will also appreciate, and has been mentioned by some, and Cahill and others, that the rising inflation costs, the energy costs, etc., have presented a huge challenge to NI Water providing its services. However, the problem is not how NI Water is governed. The issue is the level of public expenditure that is available to the Executive to allocate to NI Water. This is a consequence of the underfunding of public services in the North over many years. And I'm glad to say, despite some comments in the Chamber today, that all parties are united in engaging with the British Government to try and resolve these issues. All parties in this Chamber have accepted that this place is underfunded. So let's not put this down to ideology, or the Tories this or the Tories the other. All parties have accepted it, so it's a reality. And the question from today's debate is, I suppose, what happens when you underfund a public service for X amount of years? In this instance, you end up with the challenges NI Water has. The consequences of underfunding a public service in the North over many years, and I'm glad to say that all parties, as I've said, are united in engaging with the British Government to try and resolve this issue. NI Water receives 70% of its revenue from my department in the form of domestic subsidy, and it's for this reason that it's been classified as a non-departmental public body by the Office for National Statistics. As an NDPB, all of NI Water's capital and resources expenditure scores in the government budget, so this means that they cannot borrow from external sources. However, it's also vital to note that alongside this subsidy NI Water receives from my department, NI Water crucially has had access to a government borrowing facility since its establishment. My department provides NI Water with access to debt finance from a loan facility, and to date the organisation has borrowed £1.8 billion. Mr Nesbitt asked a question in relation to why is it that NI Water pays interest. The NI Water pays interest on the loan because it's established on a commercial basis. This is a government accountancy rules, on which ones I'm sure he has to appreciate we abide by. The repayments of the loans also comes back into the department, but not given our constrained financial position at the moment, it does not provide us with extra cover. This is an important point to highlight, as the levels of additional borrowing NI Water would need to avail of in the future would need to be considered should its governance structure move away from NDPB status and the cost of delivering its capital programmes rises beyond current levels. This will also be an important consideration, as I know this Assembly broadly supports my position and the position of the current Executive that domestic households will not be charged for water. NI Water assets base is valued at around £4 billion. Its ability to borrow against this will be viable if it could demonstrate that it had a defined revenue stream outside of government. Given that its own predication that it will need around £12 billion of borrowing up to 2050, it is my view that this may put the company on a potentially precarious footing were it to borrow in excess of its assets value. This motion seeks an analysis and options for the restructuring of NI Water, including consideration of mutualisation. Before getting into this, I want to acknowledge that our water and sewage infrastructure will undoubtedly need more investment to maintain what we have and to provide new infrastructure to keep pace with our ambitious plans for more social and affordable housing, economic growth and protecting the environment. NI Water has a plan and the expertise to achieve this. The price control determination includes ambitious targets aimed at reducing risk of property flooding, enhancing the natural environment and facilitating economic growth. However, funding certainly will be required to achieve these outcomes. Nevertheless, there is progress to be achieved within the resources available, and this will require all stakeholders working constructively and responsibly to achieve the maximum benefits possible in the constrained circumstances. I have spoken previously in relation to the responsibility of developers, as Patsy McGlone has said, and Patrick Brown, and I make no apologies for saying that in some circumstances there will be the responsibility of the developers to invest in the water infrastructure at their development. The construction industry and developers play an importantly and a hugely important role in our economy. They provide important jobs, well-paid jobs in many instances, but they're also a commercial entity. And I think it's only right and proper that when we're looking at development cases, and each one will take on its own merits, that the question is asked, can the developers cover the cost of the water and wastewater infrastructure required? Now, I find it surprising that some members completely rule that out. Completely rule it out. Under no circumstances should developers be asked. I put that question back to members. Why? Why should they not be asked? Yeah.
With respect to that, obviously the developer will pay the cheque, but fundamentally he or she will pass it on to the home buyer.
Well, I ask the question again. Why? Why is it automatically accepted that, at the moment, why is it automatically accepted by members of the Legislative Assembly, whose job it is to scrutinise all these matters, that the developer will pass that cost completely and wholly on to the buyer? It's the role of us as legislators and scrutiners, people involved in scrutiny, to ask the question, why should you do that? Now, I'm not saying all developers will do it, but we should not automatically just accept that it will be passed on to the home buyer. I'll give one more time and then have to move on.
Much, Minister. To be honest, I'm with you on this one. I don't think that every developer should be able just to connect and that's it. However, when it comes to, as Mr Nesbitt has talked about, in the development in our constituency, the developer didn't find out until the last, at the end of it, and then the costs were being passed on to the owners. The other thing that has me concerned is, speaking to Northern Ireland Water, there was a potential that those developers who had paid a bond for a connection to wastewater treatment works, there was a consideration that Northern Ireland Water were going to have to hand back those bonds and the houses wouldn't have been built.
I'm not going to make a comment on that individual case, but most developers I meet are savvy business people, so I doubt if they knew at the last minute. But that may be the case in that case, but I doubt it. Turning to governance options, as recently as 2019, my department established a working group to research and assess alternative funding models for NI Water. The scope of this work was wide, with consideration given to NI Water could avail of funding from within and outside the block grant, access to borrowing, raising revenue options, and how its classifications as NDPP could potentially be changed to give the company more financial flexibility. Alternative classifications such as mutualisation were included in this research. While the principle of a mutual company in terms of reinvesting all profits back into customers would at first appear to have merits, it was determined that it would require a change in current funding policy. Fundamentally, a mutual company requires a guaranteed and predictable funding stream which is not subject to direct political control or competing public sector priorities. Simply put, to achieve mutualisation would require charges to be paid by domestic water customers. It would also require the relinquishment of the executive control over the company. Mutualisation leads directly to domestic water charges. There's no other way around it. And it goes back to a point I made earlier on in terms of government accountancy rules and Treasury accountancy rules. This is set out within the rules. Wishful thinking, hopeful thinking, and perhaps it mightn't happen, doesn't cut it. The facts are, if you want to go down the mutualisation route, and I won't, and I don't, then you end up charging hard-pressed workers and families directly for water charges. I've limited time, sorry. Simply, as I said, returning to my earlier point, it will also require a high degree of external market borrowing. As I stated earlier, NI Water has already borrowed in excess of £1.8 billion from government, and as costs rise into the future, further borrowing will be needed, introducing the risk that will be setting the organisation on a trajectory whereby the largest portion of its income stream will be serviced by debt. Thames Water comes to mind. I do not need to remind members of all what's happening in England at the moment. So mutualisation is not the solution that many think it is. Indeed, a report published by the Consumer Council for Water in England and Wales in June 2023 concluded an overhaul and substantial change to the industry and company ownership would not address the main problems experienced within the water sector. End of quote. The analysis to date has shown that there are no simple solutions. NI Water has been determined as an NDDPB, given the continuing level of subsidy it is dependent on from my department. For us to keep that status, to keep it within government ownership, we need to continue down the current route. But what we do need is more public funding for the executive. What we need is a debate around the executive table in terms of the budget. And I'm the chair of the committee, asked, what conversations have I had around the executive table? I have met the finance minister around my budget, as have other ministers. I set out the challenges faced in NI Water, and I look forward to the debate around the executive table in regards funding for the Department of Infrastructure. And high on that agenda will be NI Water. Because, as I've said, it's not the model that's important here. It's the fact that NI Water, along with all our other public services, has been underfunded for many, many years, leading to the challenges we face today. But I'll end on this. Last year, we invested £500 million of public money in NI Water. NI Water is carrying out significant amounts of improvements across all our constituencies. But listening to some within the debate today, if you were a developer listening in on this debate, you would nearly think we were closed for business. We're not closed for business. I'm going to give very quickly to Mr. Nesbitt.
Minister, are you rejecting the Northern Ireland Audit Office recommendation for a comprehensive review of alternative arrangements? You're just ruling that out?
I'm not commenting on the Audit Office report for this reason. As the member will know, it has to go through the proper processes in terms of there's a protocol as to how a department responds to the Audit Office reports. It may be taken on as a report by the Public Accounts Committee, it may not. But I will, in turn, when it's my time, respond to the Audit Office report. The member from a salary position says I'll do nothing. I've already pointed out what I'm going to do. What I'm saying to members in this chamber is stop talking the place down and start ensuring that investors know we're open for business.
I call on Keith Buchanan to wind on the amendment, and Keith, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Principal I'd like to apologise. I called the Minister a member, but maybe he is technically a member, but I apologise for that. So I raised today in support of the motion and obviously our amendment. As we have already heard, NI Water is one of Northern Ireland's largest landowners and incorporates water treatment works, pumping stations, wastewater treatment works and a vast network of water mains and sewers. NI Water supplies approximately 910,000 homes and businesses. Over many years, there has been a failure to address underinvestment in our wastewater infrastructure, and this has severely hampered economic development and house building in every part of Northern Ireland. Without the necessary investment in the network, there is reduced building work. As time passes without a sustainable approach to meeting current demand for connection to the network leads to further infrastructure restrictions. There are several examples of restricting economic growth in Mid-Ulster, and I'm sure other MLAs are aware of many more problems encountered by building contractors when development is hampered. In some cases, for the contractor to get a connection to the foul system by reducing the volume of storm entering it by a multiplication of 12. So for every litre of foul water added to the system, 12 litres needs to be removed and diverted to a storm connection or waterway at considerable cost. And in the middle of town or built-up area, this can be challenging. Or in other examples, planning approval is given, but no found solution is available, and the developer builds the homes only for the homeowner to find out later that their dwelling has no formal sewage connection available to them. Without proper investment to support business expansion, new homes being built, this will lead to missed opportunities to boost employment in the construction sector and provide for need. When it comes to addressing the crisis in capacity, or at a bare minimum, mitigating the current problems, a joined-up approach is vital. Any investment that is provided must be targeted to maximise added value, but also be screened against the potential to promote regional inequalities. We acknowledge the need to place more value on water and take personal responsibility for the potential impact of our actions. We acknowledge preventative measures need to be taken to reduce pollutants entering our waterways, and this will help address the money spent on removing them through water treatment afterwards. No one disputes the fact that there is still some way to go in the terms of ensuring that all sectors mitigate the risk to water quality. However, the causes of the current problems go much further than one sector alone, and a series of questions recently asked to the Minister with respect to discharge points, and other members have touched on this. How are we actually measuring our water discharge, the volume, the BOD, the COD go into the water? It's something obviously that needs to be monitored, and another member referred to 75 tonnes. How do we actually know this 75 tonnes discharged to the water? How do we actually know that? There's no way of method or actually measuring that figure. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report is clear that ongoing leakage from sewers is contributing to pollution in our rivers and lakes. The same level of accountability should be apparent in any water, yet there is perception, rightly or wrongly, that there is a double standard. So the Minister, does he believe that discharge from combined sewers should be routine monitored and recorded to get the exact figure whenever we do have combined flow discharges into our rivers, and obviously ultimately ending up in Lough Neagh, what that actual volume of liquid is? Will the Minister ensure there's a greater impetus on surveillance of where any water leaks occurs, how often, and the impact of these? I'm now going to move on briefly to just a... Yep.
Apologies to the member because I meant to include this in my own contribution. Just in relation to monitoring discharges, the Price Control 21 includes funding for 700 event duration monitors to monitor overflows. Bathing waters and shellfish areas are being prioritised for the fitting of event duration monitors. So there is progress, hopefully, on that.
Thanks for that. So I missed the point. That's 700. Yep. So just on that point, whenever Sarah Venning was there, she referred to thousands of combined flow discharges. So appreciate it's a step in the right direction. I appreciate that. I'll just briefly go through points here. So Mike Nesbitt touched about ageing network. A third of the pipe's 100 years old. The housing shortfall and obviously issue to housing. Deborah as well mentioned that social but affordable homes. So obviously the whole restriction on sewage is affecting homes more broadly. She also referred to overflows in the system. Cahill as well talked about development challenges. Patrick Brown talked about treatment works at capacity, obviously all relating to development and building. And obviously the costs added onto home buyers. If any developer is going to take the full whack of this cost, I don't believe it. The developer will pass it on to some degree to the home buyer. Mark Durkin then talked about a joint departmental approach, no additional increased charges, and Peter McRandall's Victorian Sewage Network. Patsy talked about obviously no water charges as well, and obviously increasing the cost for homeowners as well. Stephen talked about housing as well. So I'm going to have to bring my remarks to an end. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Keith. Thank you. I call on Tom Elliott to conclude and wind up on the substantive motion.
Thank you very much.
We have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you for that. And it has been an interesting debate. And I wanted, I suppose, to put some defence to NI Water initially in my contribution, because I was reading on their website some of their statistics, and the Minister can correct me if these are wrong, but it was established as a government-owned company in April 2007. They supply customers with approximately 560 million litres of good quality drinking water every day. That's a huge amount of water going through the system. They collect approximately 330 million litres of wastewater per day, and around 743,000 households and organisations are connected to the sewage system and transfer it to the works where it is treated and disposed of safely. However, 162 million litres of water was lost per day through leakages. Even the NI Water's own target is 152 million litres of leakages per day. That is a huge amount of water going to waste. That water has been treated at least 4 times through their systems, but that is going to waste. It costs around £680 million each year to deliver water services in Northern Ireland. Thousands of assets at a value of around £3 billion are operated and maintained to provide these services. This includes over 43,000 kilometres of water mains and sewers. Their day-to-day running costs total £375.6 million in 2022-23. Their operating their operating profit was 105 million in 2022-23, and the profit after tax was 41.1 million, and a dividend of 19 million was paid to DFA in 2022-23, which in my calculation leaves a shortfall or 22 million missing there from that pre-tax or post-tax profit of 41 million. But then there was only revenue given back to Department of Infrastructure of 22 million, or of 19 million. Where did that other 22 million go? I'm just wondering. Maybe there's an explanation for it. But to me, the key to it is there are a significant amount of processes. I understand there are at least 4 processes or treatment processes in the system to get drinking water to every household and every business in Northern Ireland. And then when the sewage comes back in, there's another 4 treatment processes to get it back out. That's not counting what Ms Erskine and others talked about, that goes back into the system that's maybe not treated. And that is of a huge concern to everyone. And I'm just wondering how we can improve on that, or is there any improvement on that system? Dealing with the contributors, Mike Nesbitt opened the debate and he talked about the 3 elements that require addressing: strategic investment, policy reform and governance changes, and highlighted that those are all in line, as others did, with the Audit Office report. I take the Minister's point that he's not going to comment at this stage on the Audit Officer's report, but there has to be at some stage a response to that to establish if we can have a review, because Mike Nesbitt highlighted significantly that there is a need for a review of the system. Deborah Erskine, with her amendment, said there are more overflows from the system than in other parts of the UK. I think that's per capita maybe, or per length or mileage. So that is a worrying development. I listened to Cathal Boylan, and right on form, he blamed the Tories. So I'll accept his analogy of that, but there are, I think Mark Durkin made a similar point, but at least Mr Durkin said there are other issues as well, not just the Tory austerity cuts. There are other issues. Patrick Brown reiterated the problems being created for new housing developments, and he also supported mutualisation as well. So quite clearly there are at least some parties in this chamber that are on the same hymn sheet or on the same line, but not all of them. Peter McReynolds was rightly said there is no single resolution to this problem, and that's actually very true. There isn't. There's a combination, and that's why our motion recommended that there is an overall review of the plans. Patsy Madlone highlighted the problems with businesses and that they can't expand, and that there is a severe lack of investment in Northern Ireland due to that. Stephen Dunn talked about the outdated oversight arrangements within the process. Jerry Carroll was quite clear in his thoughts that the establishment of Northern Ireland Water was a disaster, and the basis of the motion was to privatise water services, and his recommendation was clearly to bring Northern Ireland Water back into public ownership. I note the Minister maybe just didn't go that far, but we'll hear at a later stage maybe about his thoughts on the Audit Office report. Sorry? Yeah, happy to give way.
His colleague said that the motion didn't mention mutualisation, which it did. I would ask the member how would his party square the Minister's point. He says mutualisation would directly lead to water charges. How would his party square that given the motion? And also Alliance Party's manifesto in 2022, page 80, said they were for mutualisation, aka water charges.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for his intervention. I'll not comment on the Alliance Party manifesto or their policies. They can do that for themselves. But I'm coming to the point actually around mutualisation and how that would be managed. But because Minister O'Dowd did say that, I think, if I'm quite correct, saying 2.1 billion is required to bring up to standard. but he explained the remit of Northern Ireland Water and the utility regulator. He did ask the very significant question of why developers shouldn't be asked to pay. And I have to say, I can see that point and maybe accept part of that point. However, he did say some of them may pay and some of them may not. How do you make the difference? Because if they're going to pay, it has to be across the board, same for them all. But if he wants to, I'm happy to.
This is where the early engagement with NI Water comes in. And it'll be a decision the developer at the end of the day has to make. If they believe the project remains profitable, if they have to invest in it, then the project would go ahead. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it just simply can't be ruled blanked out. Developers won't contribute. As the member said, let's be open to the question.
Thank you, Minister, for that, Principal Deputy Speaker. And it's a good point. So what I'm taking from him is that if they want to pay and go ahead with their project, they can. But if they don't want to pay, then they'll not go ahead with their project. So I think if that is a plan and a proposal, that needs to be brought forward quite clearly so that developers know where they stand at a very early stage, so that they're not put into huge expense around application fees and other aspects before they know exactly what they might be required to pay. I'll give way to Mr Mudlow.
Thanks very much. On a very brief point, and that is in terms of the resources which NI Water have and the capacity they have to actually engage with developers. Many of the ones who are with me, and currently, by the way, I have about 400 houses which could be built, which can't be built because of delays with NI Water and the resources and stuff that they have. But they're under capacity themselves at the moment. That engagement with developers could take many, many months before you even get a conclusion.
I take the member's point, Principal Deputy Speaker, but that's one of the reasons why it needs to be let out at a very early stage for the developers, because they can't be going to all that expense and then being required or hit with a significant bill that they're not expecting from NI Water. So there is merit, but that's all part of a review, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I hope that would all be part of the review that we have put forward in this proposal. Finally, I wanted to deal with the Minister's point on mutualisation, that he said will lead directly to water charges. It doesn't have to. Surely there is a clause can be put in by the department themselves to whatever company takes on and leads on Northern Ireland Water or the mutualisation of it. You can say there are to be no charges and we can't have direct water charges. I'm out of time, I'm sorry, Mr Brown. But just to finally say, I should have declared an interest because I pay for my water twice. I pay for it through my rates, and as a farmer I also pay direct water charges as well. So I don't see the reason why you can't put a clause, and that answers Mr Carroll's point as well. You can't put a clause, or you can put a clause into any agreement with any company that takes on Northern Ireland Water to say you can't put in domestic charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Deborah Erskine, Keith Buchanan and Stephen Dunn be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. So the next question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the next item is item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.